PAX is the agent for Caribbean Line, which offers an effective alternative for global integrative of transport logistics from Sheerness, UK to Vieux-Fort St. Lucia in shipping, documentation, administrative procedure, loading and unloading operations. We also offer courier, small package service, customs brokerage, ship agency, freight forwarder, consolidator, and accounting services. Visit them today on New Dock Road, Vieux-Fort, or call 454-1200 or 7198837. PAX is effective, efficient, and reliable.
Real estate transactions are now made easy. Whether buying, selling, or renting residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or touristic property, we offer the best deals in real estate transactions with professional support, including valuation, material sourcing, and construction. Contact Ed Harris and Associates, your courteous and efficient real estate agents. Call 485-1456 or email carrotbiz@gmail.com.
Do you need to copy or print your document? Are you in need of insurance? Are you looking for office stationery? Stop. Yes, LMP Services on Clark Lane, Vieux-Fort has all the services you need. They open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Or call 454-8757 or 721-8757 for affordable rates, reliable and effective customer service with a difference.
Ernesto's Auto Parts, located on the Labrie-Vieux-Fort Highway, is your place for auto parts. We have suspension parts, mounts, brakes, shocks, and so much more.
We specialize in accessories like mats, batteries, horns, lubricants, and much more.
We're open from Mondays to Saturdays from 8 to 5 and Sundays and most holidays from 8 to 1.
L'opui, Ernesto vai depois.
What do you need to transport? Call the hauler. At M&E's Trucking, we offer a wide range of services island-wide, from containerized movement, flatbed service, and lowboy transfers. We're located at Beanfield, Vieux-Fort. Our skillful professional drivers are ready to serve you. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram or email us at vibration711@gmail.com. Call us at 488-1000. We're ready to serve you. M&E's Trucking Service, a powerhouse ready to haul.
Good day, St. Lucia. Welcome. Welcome to our ballot count.
That's what it is.
And I'm Kishma, and of course I am here with my lovely host and co-host, Suzette. So it's been an interesting day.
A very interesting day it was, Kishma. We started in Mikud North, yes, or South. Was it South?
A little bit of South.
Yeah, Mikud South today. And boy, I mean, persons came out, but when you look at, you know, the process of what was taking place, mm-hmm, you could see that persons were interested in what is going on. Persons that we could put it this way: the sick, the lame, and the lazy came out today. I mean, no joke about that, because I see them lifting persons, mm-hmm, taking them in to go and cast their votes. There were persons who could hardly see, mm-hmm, but they had persons assist them to cast their votes, which means that persons were very serious, took today very seriously.
Absolutely.
Yes. So, you know, persons came out. There was talks about the young people not coming out, but that was not what we saw. The young persons were coming out and they were casting their votes, and it was very interesting.
Yeah, it was. I think the beauty of it is that you had persons understood the importance of this election. Every election is important, of course, but persons really understood. And the lead up to today had been, it was building. So you had an avalanche of emotions and concerns and ideas. So it was really, and that was beautiful to see. Like you mentioned, you saw persons who were wheelchair bound. You saw persons being taken in to get their votes cast. So it has been a beautiful day. Of course, we had 12 hours to cast our ballots. And now the countdown has begun.
I was thinking that maybe, the process would have been a long, drawn-out process based on what we saw on Friday of last week because of the protocols that have been put in place as a result of COVID-19. But today was so smooth. I mean, persons were in and out. And it goes to show that a lot of preparation went into, today's elections. And, I must say congratulations to the persons who did everything that they could to make today a success.
Absolutely. And I think maybe one of the reasons was that they saved the creme de la creme and the cream of the crop in terms of resources for when it was needed most in terms of the general population. Now we do have some figures that are coming in with regards to the ballots, and of course we do want to let persons know it is still way too early to call this.
Yes.
But we will definitely give you some information as it comes into us. We do want to reiterate, because of the number of polling stations that are on island and the number of ballot boxes, at this point, at 6:50, less than an hour into the cessation of the elections, it is way too early to call it.
And for each polling station, they have a count of how many ballots, how many ballots
were cast.
Right.
Yes.
So yes, it's early time. So
yes,
the party has not yet begun. Caribbean people have this thing where the party don't start unless it's late.
Yes.
Right. So it's for us to say, okay, this seat goes to that person. So as the results come in, and
we will share them with you.
Right. And it's not the final until it's the final.
Yeah, and then we will try as best as possible to give you a general idea as to not just the figures that are coming in, but at what rate they're coming in terms of out of what, so you can get a clearer idea as to where you stand. At this point, I would not break out the bubbly for any particular individual.
Exactly, because I've seen elections just sway from 1% to how much percent.
Absolutely.
And then you wonder, what just happened?
Yes, and it's not, there's a phrase, it ain't over till the fat lady sings.
Exactly.
So she's not even at the orchestra yet. So there's still some time.
Exactly.
There's still some time. But what we are looking at now, what we can see on the screen as we speak, is we are looking at Grosily. We're looking at Grosily. We have Kenson Casimir from the SLP with 227 votes. We have Andre De Caris from the National Green Party with 1 vote. And we have Leonard Spider Montoute from the UWP with 146 votes. So far, as you can see, 5 ballot boxes have been counted. There are a total of 61 boxes. So there are, if my math serves, there are 8 ballot boxes. Okay, so
8 ballot boxes have been
counted. It's changing because it's happening right now. So please bear with us. So the more updated, just updated. So let's look at Grosily again. So we have, we have Kenson Casimir from the Labour Party. At this particular juncture, he has 523 votes. We have Andre DeCaris from the National Green Party with 6 votes. And we have Leonard Spider Montoute from the United Workers' Party with 353 votes.
Right.
Now, this is 8 out of 8 ballot boxes. So there's a total of 61 ballot boxes, and thus far, 8 of them have been counted. So we can definitely balance out that there's 53 boxes waiting to be
counted.
So
still.
at this point,
it's 59.3% for Casimir and 49.6% for Leonard Spider Montoute,
Right.
and 0.7%
for Andre DeCaris.
for Andre DeCaris, right?
So this is where we're at with regards to Grosley.
That's what we were saying earlier. It's too early to call because if you look at it, the SLP has 523, Montoute has 353, and how many ballots have been counted?
8 ballot boxes
out of
61.
Right.
So it's
they still have a far way to go in terms of
So I think we have some more information. If we could get a larger view on screen so we can. Okay, so we have can we scroll down just a little, or up as it may be? So we have, this is Babuno.
Right.
So Virginia Albert Poyot from the SLP is
180.
I'll leave this one for you.
And Ezekiel Joseph, 171 votes so far, and it's 2 ballot boxes that has been counted, and they still have 33. No, it's 33 in total, and 2 has been counted.
So there's a balance of 31.
Right.
So guys, you can definitely appreciate it is still anybody's game at this point. Because when you're looking at 2 ballot boxes, and the difference is 9 votes, it is very easy for this to go either way.
Yes.
So far we've been able to give you Grosley and Babuno. Let's see if anything is because as it comes in from the electoral department, let's see if anything else is available for us. Okay, so the Castries North seat, where we had, I think that was the seat that had the most candidates. And we had Nathaniel Earl George, who was an independent candidate. He has received no votes so far. The candidate for the United Workers' Party, Janine Girodi McIntyre, we had her receiving, just a second.
This seat is this one is a very
Very
interesting,
yes.
right.
Seat.
I know that persons are looking out for this one specifically.
Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Because of the controversy surrounding
So
this
we
one.
have Mrs. Girodi McIntyre is at 211 votes. We have the independent candidate who is the incumbent candidate for Castries North. That's Stevenson King. He has 420 votes. And we have Daisiana St. Rose from the National Green Party with 6 votes. A total of 4 ballot boxes has been counted out of 29. So there are still 25 more boxes to go. I think this one has the widest range that we've seen thus far.
Yeah.
So it's definitely something to look out for.
Yep. I mean, it's
Castries Central.
It's still early time, as you said.
Yeah, absolutely. Castries Central, which has been a very, very interesting seat because that was actually the constituency that the Labour Party had no candidate for. That was a very interesting seat.
Very
So we
interesting
have
indeed.
Aaron Alexander from the National Green Party having 6 votes total. We have Sarah Flood Bobra from the United Workers' Party with 151 votes. And we have Richard Frederick, who's going up independent with 241 votes. Now, a total of 4 ballot boxes have been counted. There's 26 in all.
Yes.
So there is still 22
I am
ballot
seeing
boxes.
something there that is very interesting. Say, Castries Central, 405 votes cast out of 9,102 total electors. That is interesting.
Yeah. And I mean, it's still early, but it is definitely saying something, because I remember there was, even leading up to, there was the question of who would be the Labour Party candidate for that particular constituency. And even today, at the end of the election, there still is no Labour Party candidate. Mr. Frederick did announce his independent candidacy as an independent Labour candidate. I remember this definitely making the headlines as to what exactly does that mean.
Exactly.
And
So-
leaning towards, you know...
So it leads you to wonder.
Yeah.
It leaves
so-
a question mark in everybody's
Absolutely.
mind.
So it's interesting what is happening with Castries Central, the whole election in general, though. Let's see if we have any more ballots coming in.
Based on what we've seen so far, with the amount of votes that amount of ballots that have been counted so far, I would say that this doesn't say anything yet, because it's not like half of it has been counted yet. And it would look like things are leaning in favor of one party so far. It's just a few ballots that have been counted already, and that is what persons need to understand at this point. No celebration yet.
Yeah, it's way too early.
No
It's
celebration
like we
yet.
mentioned initially, this is still too early to call. And then the other thing too is the margins, the differences in the votes are not significant enough for you to be
Exactly.
like, hey, and even if it were, the fact that you still have so many pending, it does definitely cause, can we scroll just a little slower? So yeah, it does cause one to pause.
All right, so we're still waiting to see if there is any changes in any of the results that we have given out so far. One thing I observed today while we were on the road, when you came to the polling stations, the lines were not all that long. They were not long at all. Right, so you would find, I would have thought that you would go there and see very long lines like we had observed on Friday, but today it wasn't a case where you had a lot of persons waiting for long periods on the line. Also, we heard persons saying, oh, they were going to be coming back because the lines, they weren't going to wait. I would have wanted to, see what it would have looked like in the afternoon to see if these people would have been back and what would have happened, because I was predicting that as a result of them going and just saying that they would come back, or you had those who were saying that they would vote later on, you would have had a build-up, of lines and, but I've not heard of anything like that so far.
No, not so far.
So,
no, it has definitely been more slow and steady,
yes,
as opposed to a big rush. But guys, stay with us. Let's take a short break. And we are definitely counting our ballots for the St. Lucia general elections.
PAX is the agent for Caribbean Line, which offers an effective alternative for global integrative of transport logistics from Sheerness, UK to View Fort St. Lucia in shipping, documentation, administrative procedure, loading and unloading operations. We also offer courier, small package service, customs brokerage, ship agency, freight forwarder, consolidator, and accounting services. Visit them today on New Dock Road, View Fort, or call 454-1200 or 719-8837. PAX is effective, efficient, and reliable.
Real estate transactions are now made easy. Whether buying, selling, or renting residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or touristic property, we offer the best deals in real estate transactions with professional support, including valuation, material sourcing, and construction. Contact Ed Harris and Associates, your courteous and efficient real estate agents. Call 485-1456 or email caribbiz@gmail.com.
Do you need to copy or print your document? Are you in need of insurance? Are you looking for office stationery? Stop. Yes, LMP Services on Clark Lane, View Fort has all the services you need. They open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Or call 454-8757 or 721-8757 for affordable rates, reliable and effective customer service with a difference.
And Nestor's Auto Parts, located on the Labrie-Ford Highway, is your place for auto parts. We have suspension parts, mounts, brakes, shocks, and so much more.
We specialize in accessories like mats, batteries, horns, lubricants, and much more.
We're open from Mondays to Saturdays from 8 to 5 and Sundays and most holidays from 8 to 1.
L'opui and esto kay depu.
What do you need to transport? Call the hauler. At M&E's Trucking, we offer a wide range of services island-wide, from containerized movement, flatbed service, and lowboy transfers. We're located at Beanfield View Fort. Our skillful professional drivers are ready to serve you. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram, or email us at vibration711@gmail.com. Call us at 488-1000. We're ready to serve you. M&E's Trucking Service, a powerhouse ready to haul.
Thank you so much, guys, for staying with us. And we are here running down, doing the
counting of the ballots.
Counting of the ballots for the election. And like we have been saying from the onset, this is still too early to call. but we are definitely seeing some interesting developments. We have some more information, some new information for you. But even as we give it to you, that's what we've been saying. In some cases, you have 60 ballot boxes, 30 ballot boxes, 18 ballot boxes. You know, so you can appreciate,
so
that definitely it is still very early to call. But let's go over what is new and the information that is coming in, and as we get it, we deliver it to you.
Wow, look at that.
So we're looking at Grozile again. So we're giving you an update on Grozile, and I will allow Suzette to do that.
Okay, so Kenson Casimir is now at 1,220.
1,120.
1,120. And the Caris is now at 14. The Caris for the NGP. And the UWP candidate, Leonard Spider-Montoot, is now at 713 with a 13 ballot box count so far. Out of 61, still a long way to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting night.
Very interesting. All right, and the counts are coming in.
Yes. And there were areas that were the areas to watch. You know, some of these we have not gotten any information from them, but there are the areas that were places to watch, especially places that had newer persons coming in, persons that had a heavy presence of a particular party. Right. So we were looking at Dennery North, we were looking at Viewfort North, we were looking at Micoud North. These were some of the areas that were areas of significant interest. Not taking away from anybody else,
yes,
but as well as Viewfort South.
Right.
You know, so these are the areas that we're looking at. So as the information comes in, we will definitely make it available to you. So let's see what is current as we speak. Let's see what the electoral department is sending our way. So in the Castries North constituency, we have the independent candidate, Nathalbert George, having received no votes. We have Mrs. Janine Jurodi McIntyre from the UWP at 289 votes. My apologies. We have Mr. Stevenson King, who is the incumbent representative for Castries North, going up independent. He has 619 votes. And Daisiana St. Rose of NGP with 9 votes. Now that's a total of 6 ballot boxes that have been counted. There are 29 in total. So there are also 14 votes that have been rejected. So you still have 23 ballot boxes that have yet to be counted. So like we've been saying,
14 votes have been rejected.
Yes. So we had 14 rejected votes. So like we have been saying, it's still very early, very early, but it's definitely interesting. Now we're looking at Castries Central, where we had the president of the NGP, Aaron Alexander, and having received 10 votes. We have the incumbent Sarah Phillard Beaubrin from the UWP at 236 votes. And we have Richard Frederick, the independent Labour candidate, at 469 votes. 7 votes have been rejected. 6 ballot boxes have been counted out of a total of 26. So we still have 20 boxes, ballot boxes pending. Yes.
It's getting more interesting.
It definitely is. It is definitely interesting. Definitely
All
interesting.
right. So do we have any do we have any more new updates?
Okay, so we're looking at Castries South. We have Rafael Cantoni. I'm going to leave this one.
Okay. Cantoni is he has 10 votes. Ernest Hilaire, 211 votes, and Johannes of the UWP has 133 votes. 2 ballot boxes have been counted from a total of 23, and 2 votes have been rejected. We have a lot of rejected votes coming up.
Yeah, a few.
Yeah, interesting.
Okay, so we are in ancillary canneries, where we have thus far 510 votes being cast already. We have Dominic Fede from the UWP with 227 votes. We have Wayne Girard from the SLP with 258 votes. We have Avalan Joseph from the NGP with 2 votes. 2 ballot boxes have been counted out of a total of what I believe is 48. And there were 2 rejected votes. I believe that's what it was. We'll definitely verify.
Yes, that I mean, the countdown is getting faster. The ballot boxes are being counted swiftly.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, so
okay, so we are now in
where are we? Yeah, so while we wait, okay, the results are in. Let's go.
all right, so this is Castries East, the UWP candidate.
37, that's Fortuna Belrose. And the NGP, Mohammed, 1 vote. And Philippe Pierre, 68 votes. Yes. 1 ballot box have been counted from a total of 33, and 1 vote has been rejected.
And we're also looking at 107 votes have been cast out of the 12,739 total voters. So I mean, it's definitely too early to question the voter turnout at this point. But it's interesting when we get to like the halfway mark, we should have an idea as to what voter turnout really was.
Right.
Because even while we were speaking, we mentioned, the young persons and being interested and having a vested interest in their future. But then we do have to look at the flip side of the coin, where there may be persons who may be frustrated and have just decided to opt out of
and not vote.
Of voting,
yes.
which really does not help the cause. But that is the nature of it sometimes.
My eyes are definitely on Dennery South. My eyes are definitely on that because while you're on the ground, you get to hear what the people on the ground is saying, and the new candidate for the UWP in Dennery South, Pharaoh. Folius, right? She, I mean, the energy around her in that constituency was very high. Seeing that she is new, and not only that she's new, she's a female candidate, and the level of support that she was getting, it would be interesting, to see what her figures are going to be like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Also for Vincent London as well.
The other new guy.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, he has gotten a lot of support, and it would also be interesting to see his results, what his results are going to be like.
And even with, for me, it has been, Mikud North is an interesting seat for me. I mean, it has been predominantly United Workers' Party. And even now there seems to be, so it's interesting where and which direction it will take at this point. It's definitely an exciting election. It is definitely.
Yes, it is.
Not possible to call at this point. You know, even after Friday, with the firemen and the policemen and the prison officers, you know, even there's always some little word on the street kind of thing of just generally how people felt, even after voting. And persons just generally felt the same way that we feel now, that it is definitely too close to call, you know, at this point. So persons have, of course, it's interesting. It's interesting how this is unfolding. So let's see if we have any new ballots coming in. Okay, so we are back in Castries South.
Mikud South.
Okay, Mikud South. We definitely have some new developments in Mikud South. And of course, as we all know, this is the Prime Minister's constituency.
Right, so we're waiting for the results to... Now, this constituency, I have no doubt about this one. I have no doubt about this one. This one is definitely, I believe that this one will definitely sway towards the UWP end. At the end of it all, I believe that the United Workers' Party has this seat.
Okay. So we have in Mikud South a total of 18 ballot boxes. 2 have been counted thus far. We have Alan Chasney from the UWP with 116 votes. We have Gibeon Ferdinand from SLP with 120 votes. It's very close. The difference is 4 votes with 16 ballot boxes pending. So to say this is clear cut would be a huge leap at this point. So let's see what's happening in Mikud North. Okay, so Mikud North, total of 7,914 voters. Thus far, 1,425 persons have voted. The SLP candidate Jeremiah Norbert is at 806 votes. The incumbent Gail Rigobert is at 592. The independent candidate Michael St. Catherine is at 11 votes. 7 ballot boxes have been counted. There's a total of 18, so we still have 11 boxes remaining. So at this point, it is still...
And there are 16 votes that has been rejected from that.
So this one is definitely going to be an interesting seat.
Yeah. As you said, your eyes on this.
Oh yeah, my eyes are on Mikud North. My eyes are definitely on Mikud North. So yes, while we wait for more results to come through, Okay, so we have some info from Denry South, where the candidates Edmund Estefan and Paul Prosper, UWP is at 119 votes, and SLP is at 99 votes. 3 ballot boxes have been counted out of 14. A total of 9 votes have been rejected. And I'm gonna let you do Denry North.
My favorite one. Yes. All right, so this is the seat of the new, one of the newest representatives for the UWP. All right, so we have Sean Edwards with 121 votes. Wendell George of the NGP with 0 votes. And Angelina Polius of the UWP with 65 votes. 1 ballot box have been counted out of 20, and 12 votes have been rejected so far. Interesting days.
Yeah,
interesting time.
Very interesting.
And that's just 1 box that has been counted.
Yeah,
so
still
far.
19 pending. So it's still
early
still
time.
Very, very early.
Still early to, you know. So. And the boxes are still being counted. I'm sure that persons are still at the edge, are sitting at the edge of their feet, their seats right now, you know, waiting to hear what the next amount is going to be.
And like we mentioned before, ensure that you do not pre-celebrate, because at this point it is still anybody's game.
Yes.
We have seen instances where, you know, it looked like it was going in that particular direction, and then the last few ballot boxes determine an entirely different result.
Right.
So it ain't over until it's over. So we definitely ask persons, irrespective of what your political affiliation may be, we say to persons, you know, wait and see what is happening. Now we are definitely getting some responses from various constituencies a lot quicker than others.
Right.
A lot quicker than others, especially those in the north. You know, and that you can appreciate too, because it's generally it's a little more accessible.
Right.
If you were to take Denry North, for example, you have, you know, persons coming from Gadet and then Riviere, and as much as you have the different polling stations, but then pulling everything together. So it does have its own individual challenges. But let's see what we have in terms of an update.
All right, while we wait on the update,
yes.
I let us talk about the motorcades that we have witnessed. I mean, I am still basking in the excitement and, you know, the support, and yes, it was awesome. As I mentioned on the motorcades, I've never seen anything like it. And what I observed was that with all of these motorcades that were happening, it was very peaceful. People, to me, it was like a time of coming together. You could see people coming together, you know, enjoying themselves, and even if they had no intentions of voting, it brought about this spirit of unity among people in the communities. It brought about a feeling of fun, joy after this whole COVID experience. You know, persons were able to now, you know, come out and be about with each other, and, you know, it just put a little, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? A little, you know, whip on the back of COVID-19 for a moment there. You understand?
Absolutely.
Yes. So, you know, I'm telling you, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the motorcades. Okay. We have...
yes, we have some updates. So we are looking at Grosley, where we have a total of 24 ballot boxes have been counted. There are 61 in total, so we still have a difference of, excuse my maths, what, 27, 37 remaining?
My math is just as bad.
Yes, so we still have ballot boxes remaining, suffice it to say.
Right.
So Kenson Casimir from the SLP is now at 2,496 votes. Andre De Caris from the National Green Party is at 23 votes. And Spider Montoot from the United Workers' Party is at 1,576 votes. So there is still quite a ways to go. I think it's 37.
So it means that there's still not half of the ballot that has been counted.
Exactly. Half of the ballots have not been counted.
And
yet.
even if half is counted, you could still have a big landslide at the end, if, even if you have two left.
So like we have mentioned before, please do not fall under the
celebration
yes,
before all is said and done.
Celebration. Yes, because it really is. I mean, it has been heavily contested. It has been a very intense time, and that is definitely showing up in the polls.
Right.
And it is safe to say that whoever the seats that are won would definitely have been. Definitely a lot of work has gone into.
I was just thinking about that. A lot of work, a lot of planning, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifice went into this election. These election campaigns, you know, and what I loved about what I loved about the whole process was that you could see these candidates supporting each other.
Absolutely.
They were there for each other. I mean, you didn't have this one just thinking about their campaign, they're part of the campaign alone, but they rallied around each other. They were there for each other. They supported each other. And it shows this level of unity within the party. And it also speaks to strength, because unity is always strength. So yeah, I'm happy that, you know, the UWP party showed that side of them. Yeah, that many persons may not have seen before now, right? So it shows that they are a closely knitted family. They are, you know, in support of each other.
So let's see what we have that is new. And I definitely agree with you. I can definitely concur. I definitely agree, and I can reiterate. There has been, I think one thing that has been synonymous is the support, both emotional and physical, for the candidates. Generally across the board, but particularly the newer candidates.
I love that. The new candidates were treated like they were the babies of the family. That was so lovely.
And at the same time, not being given the space to learn to walk, but knowing that should you fall, there's someone to catch you. So that was very, 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 very beautiful to see, to watch, to experience.
Right. We have another.
So we are in Soufrière. Soufrière has 269 votes that have been cast out of a total of 8,403 registered voters. Emma Hippolyte from the St. Lucia Labour Party has 99 votes. Harold Stanislas, who is the incumbent representative from the United Workers' Party, has 169 votes. 2 ballot boxes have been counted thus far. There is a total of 22, and one vote has been rejected. So again,
what causes a vote to be rejected, though?
So you have what you can, a series of stuff. You can have what is a spoiled ballot, where persons may vote more than one place.
Okay.
So that'll be a spoiled ballot. A vote can be rejected if it's not legible, if it's in the wrong place on the paper, if there's some kind of damage to the paper, whether it's torn or wet or defaced in any way. If you didn't follow the instructions, so instead of an X, you put a tick, you know, that kind of thing. So all of those would be spoiled or rejected ballots.
Okay. All right, so for Chozelle, we have 656 votes cast out of 9,343. We have Pauline Prosper of the SLP with 212 votes. And we have Bradley Felix with 426 votes. And Mary St. Rose of the NGP with 0 votes. 4 ballot boxes have been counted, and they had a total of 25. 18 votes were rejected.
So definitely, and that is something that we keep seeing year after year, the number of rejected votes.
Yes, that's what I was just about to say. We are seeing a lot of...
Yeah, it definitely does impact, because these are 18 votes that both parties will not receive.
Right.
So it does impact. And maybe that is something that can definitely be spent, sometime can be spent on, you know, around the next election. And we are in Labrie. Yeah. So while we await Labrie to come to us, we are, yeah, so we would definitely, okay, yes. So we are in Labrie.
All right, so for Labrie, we have Alva Baptiste of the SLP with 893 votes, and Francisco Pierre of the UWP, of the UWP with 398 votes. 7 ballot boxes have been counted from a total of 18. There has been 1,297 votes cast out of 6,870. Wow.
So we're seeing low voter turnout. This is like 18.88% low voter turnout, because it's saying that that's what was cast. So even though all of them have not been counted, but that was the number of votes that were cast out of the number of registered voters. That is low.
Yeah, very low.
That is low. So I think one does beg the question, why aren't persons motivated to go out and vote?
Yeah,
so
it's easy to wonder.
It's definitely something that warrants.
And I can remember during the campaigns, persons who turn out to the campaigns were encouraged to go and vote, because you don't vote, your candidate cannot win. The candidate that you say you're supporting cannot win if you don't go out and vote. Persons were being encouraged, but we're seeing otherwise here.
So we are halfway through with Micoud North. We are 9 out of 18 ballot boxes have been counted thus far. We have Jeremiah Norbert from the St. Lucia Labour Party with 974, and we have Gail Rigobert from the United Workers' Party with 782. 19 votes have been rejected thus far. We do have Michael St. Catherine, the independent candidate, with 13 votes. So that is definitely an interesting...
So Norbert is ahead with 192 votes?
Yes, yes.
Wow.
And it's still halfway through. It's still halfway through. So it's definitely interesting.
That's not
what is happening. And it would be interesting to know, and I guess we get that information after, but the polling stations that these particular votes are coming from. So later you get a general idea as to where the strongest support is within, the various constituencies, which makes it easier for you to know where to work and what angles to come at it from the next time around.
Exactly.
So it's definitely an interesting election.
Right. Well, say Lucia. All right. So we are now. Where are we now?
Oh, so there's an update for Micoud North. So we are at, the voter turnout was a little higher in Micoud North. It was at 25%. All right, just give us a second, guys. We are giving you the information as it comes in, so sometimes it's necessary for us to refresh so we can get the most updated version of what is happening right now. So as we were saying with regards to the various constituencies, because you will have within the constituency, you always have pockets of persons who are, for the most part, one party or the other, even within the constituency. So you would have, in a case of, let's say, Dennery North, you would have a case of this particular area is heavily, this or that, and then it usually shows up on election day for the votes that are coming in there.
Right.
So it's definitely interesting. Okay, so what we see happening is in Micoud North is that Jeremiah Norbert is ahead, but the margin is reducing. So he remains ahead, but the margin has decreased significantly. Kenson Casimir as well for Grosile. We're about halfway through the counting of the ballot boxes, and this is what we are seeing, that the margins are decreasing. But thus far, I think this is the widest margin that we have seen. However, we still have 30 ballot boxes that have not been counted yet. So at this point, the votes there can double up.
Right, right.
Okay, that was a quick jump. I remember when we looked at them, they were at 200 and something.
Exactly. So you see, there you go.
Yeah. So it's definitely in terms of Babuno, we're looking at Ezekiel Joseph and Virginia Poyot and Albert Poyot. And a while ago, the difference was so small. It was like 200 and something. And now we're definitely seeing, and this is what we mean. So as the votes are coming in, you start to see things are shifting. So hence the reason we've been saying no premature celebrations, because you start to see the margins are shrinking, you start to see the numbers coming in. So it's very interesting what is going to be the end result in the next maybe 2 hours, because it's almost 8 o'clock.
Right.
But I do have to applaud the electoral departments. I mean, the results are coming in nice, quick, and smoothly. That is fantastic. So kudos to them. But yeah, it has been. I'm actually enjoying doing this. I feel like I am unwrapping a present.
Yes, slowly but surely.
But it has. Those presents when you get a big box and then it has another box.
Yes.
And then it has
different
a small
layers by layers, and you have to take off every layer until you get to that nice little gift that is awaiting.
And at the same time, you do not want to rush the process, so you're taking the same intricate time that you would. You're not ripping through the.
And then as you get closer to the gift, the anxiety comes,
exactly.
And you're wondering, is it something that I'm going to like? And yes.
And at this point, you're pretty much like, even if it isn't something that I like, just the packaging made the. So it's definitely different. But yes, so we are looking at, do we have any new numbers coming in? Okay, so we are looking now at okay, so we're looking at Castries North. I want to be sure that we get it right. The independent candidate, Nathalbert George, has 7 votes. The UWP candidate, Janine McIntyre Girodi, has 750 votes. Stevenson King, the independent candidate, is at 1,744 votes. And Daisiana St. Rose is at 17 votes. 34 votes were rejected. Please note that this is just under halfway through. 14 ballot boxes have been counted out of a total of 29. So there are still 15 left to go. So it's definitely way too early to call at this point.
All right, so we're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, we will continue with counting of the ballots.
Absolutely.
For Caribbean Line, which offers an effective alternative for global integrative of transport logistics from Sheerness, UK to View Fort St. Lucia in shipping, documentation, administrative procedure, loading and unloading operations. We also offer courier, small package service, customs brokerage, ship agency, freight forwarder, consolidator, and accounting services. Visit them today on New Dock Road, Beaufort, or call 454-1200 or 719-8837. PAX is effective, efficient, and reliable.
Real estate transactions are now made easy. Whether buying, selling, or renting residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or touristic property, we offer the best deals in real estate transactions with professional support, including valuation, material sourcing, and construction. Contact Ed Harris and Associates, your courteous and efficient real estate agents. Call 485-1456 or email caribbiz@gmail.com.
Do you need to copy or print your document? Are you in need of insurance? Are you looking for office stationery? Stop. Yes, LMP Services on Clark Lane, Beaufort has all the services you need. They open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Or call 454-8757 or 721-8757 for affordable rates, reliable and effective customer service with a difference.
And Nestor's Auto Parts, located on the Labrie-Viford Highway, is your place for auto parts. We have suspension parts, mounts, brakes, shocks, and so much more.
We specialize in accessories like mats, batteries, horns, lubricants, and much more.
We're open from Mondays to Saturdays from 8 to 5 and Sundays and most holidays from 8 to 1.
L'opri, anesto kay depu.
What do you need to transport? Call the hauler. At M&E's Trucking, we offer a wide range of services island-wide, from containerized movement, flatbed service, and lowboy transfers. We're located at Beanfield View Fort. Our skillful professional drivers are ready to serve you. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram or email us at vibration711@gmail.com. Call us at 488-1000. We're ready to serve you. M&E's Trucking Service, a powerhouse ready to haul.
Welcome back, guys. This is GVD TV, and we are doing counting of the ballots on today, Election Day in St. Lucia. Now, it has definitely been an interesting journey thus far. A lot of the ballots have not been counted yet. Like we have been saying, it is definitely too early to tell. But some of the developments are very, very interesting. As we see gaps closing, as we see gaps widening, as we see the votes coming in, then you start to get an idea. And at the same time, it is really too early to call. So after our break, let's see what updates that we have thus far. Okay, so we're looking at Grosley, and we have Kenson Casimir from the St. Lucia Labour Party having 3,546 votes. We have Andre De Caris from the National Green Party with 31 votes, and we have Leonard Spider Montoute, the incumbent from the United Workers' Party, with 2,303 votes. Of course, 5,952 votes were cast out of 23,818 electors. Now, this is 42 ballot boxes out of 61, which means you still have 29?
29?
About that? Yeah. 29, we did tell you in advance our maths was not the best. But you still have 29 boxes, ballot boxes that have not been counted. 72 votes were rejected. So you can definitely appreciate that this is halfway through with regards to Grosley.
Yes.
And at this point, it is still
early days. Still early days. As you said, it can sway anyway at this point. Right. So we're now in Babonneau.
We are in Babonneau.
All right, so 3,533 votes have been casted out of 12,442. We have Virginia Poet of the SLP with 1,716 votes, and Ezekiel Joseph of the UWP with 1,752 votes.
This is close.
Right. We have 19 ballot boxes that have been counted, and it was a total of 33 ballot boxes.
So which means we still have 14 left.
Rejected, right.
My maths is getting better as the night progresses.
Right. Your brain is probably waking up more now.
Yes.
Okay, so you want to give them Castries North?
Well, Castries North, it's interesting what is happening. Castries North, our independent candidate for Castries North, the Thalbert George, is at 14 votes. The United Workers' Party representative, Mrs. Janine Girodi McIntyre, is at 882. Stevenson King, who is the incumbent for Castries North, the representative independent, is at 1,983 votes. Daisiana St. Rose from the National Green Party is at 19 votes. We have 33 votes that have been rejected, 16 ballot boxes to be counted out of a total of 29. So we still have a difference of 13 ballot boxes to be counted.
Right.
But it is, I think this is one of the widest margins we have seen thus far.
Right.
So it's definitely still in play. You know, anybody who you watch some of these sports teams and they're down by like 15, 13 points, and then in the last
especially basketball.
Right. So it's definitely still
still
anybody's game. Now, with regards to Castries East, we have Fortuna Belrose out of the United Workers' Party, having received 554 votes. We have Mohammed from the National Green Party with 15 votes. And we have Philip J. Pierre from the St. Lucia Labour Party with 1,149 votes. Now, 12 ballot boxes have been counted out of a total of 33. So there are still 21 ballot boxes remaining. Told you my maths is getting better. 16 votes have been rejected thus far.
All right.
So Castro Central.
This one is getting very interesting.
Very much so. Very much so. I'm going to leave this one for you.
All right. So we have Aaron Alexander of the NGP with 46 votes. Sarah Flood of the UWP with 1,185 votes, and Frederick who went up as an independent candidate with 1,921 votes. 23 ballots have been counted out of 26. So this one is almost over.
This one is almost over. This one is definitely the one that is closest. So we literally have three
more
ballot
boxes to be counted.
So yeah, that is where it is at with Castro Central. Richard Frederick currently is ahead by 736 points, ahead of the United Workers' Party candidate.
Right.
Okay, so Castro South, we have Raffaele Contoni from the National Green Party with 11 votes. Ernest Hilaire out of the St. Lucia Labour Party with 304 votes. And Bertrand Birch Joannes from the United Workers' Party with 161 votes. Of course, folks, bear in mind there are still 20 ballot boxes to be counted on the Castro South. So I would not even venture to guess what the results would be for that. So 3 ballot boxes have been counted thus far. 4 votes have been rejected. So this is still anyone's game at this point.
Right.
Well, not game, but you guys understand what we mean. So we are in ancillary canneries where we have definitely seen a shift. I think when we last got the information from ancillary canneries, we had Wayne Giro. I think he was
slightly ahead.
Yeah, he was slightly ahead. So there's definitely been a shift. Dominic Fede is the UWP representative and candidate for ancillary canneries is at 841 votes. Wayne Giro is at from the SLP is at 751 votes. And we have Avalan Joseph out of the National Green Party at 5 votes. Of course, only 1/3 of these votes, of these ballot boxes have been counted, because 7 have been counted out of 21. It's a high number of votes rejected, though. It's 75. It's a high number of rejects. But definitely, at this point, it is way too early to tell.
Yes.
But we do see the shifts. We do see the climbing.
Okay, so we have Soufrière.
Soufrière.
All right, for Soufrière, 936 votes have been casted of 8,403. Okay, so we just lost that. All right, so as soon as it gets back up there on the screen, we will give information. Right, so there's a lot of switching going on right now. I mean, yes, some of the ballots are almost done counting. Well, just one. That is almost done.
Yeah, just Castro Central.
All right, that is just almost done. Yeah, so for the rest of them, it's still anybody's.
It's still anybody's.
Yes.
At this point,
right.
It really is. So you were doing Emma, and
all right. So, it's so Emma Hippolyte of the SLP is at 513 votes. And Harold Stanislaus of the UWP is at 392 votes. 5 ballot boxes have been counted of a total of 22.
So we have 17 left?
Yes, and 31 votes have been rejected. There's a lot of rejection.
Yeah, a lot of rejected votes. I mean, in between the 75 we just got from ancillary canneries and the 31, that's already over 100 votes that's just rejected, just in these two constituencies alone. So that's definitely something that needs to be tweaked. With regards to, it's interesting what is happening in Soufre, and at the same time we still have 17 ballot boxes to go. So,
all right, so Choiseul now. Pauline Prosper of the SLP, 780 votes. John Bradley Felix of the UWP, 1,256 votes. And Mary St. Rose of the NGP, 3 votes. 11 ballot boxes have been counted of 25. And for this one, there is a 71 vote rejection.
This is almost, wow, this is about 170 votes, just the last 3 constituencies we mentioned rejected. So that's quite a number, especially when you're looking at if it is something that is close.
Right.
So they do impact.
All right. So we're in Labrie now. 1,469 votes cast out of 6,870. Alvaja Baptiste has a total of 948 votes at this time. Francisco
Japierre.
Right. Thanks for the pronunciation.
No problem.
Of the UWP is at 511 votes. 8 ballot boxes have been counted, and they had a total of 18 ballots to count. And we also have some vote rejections here. That's 13 that has been rejected. Interesting.
Yeah, so as it stands, it's showing that Alva Baptiste is controlling 64.9% of the votes.
Right.
This was an area to look at, the Vieux Fort South seat, with the former Prime Minister Kenny Anthony going against Herman Gill Francis. So,
all right. So, for Vieux Fort South, there has been 2,500. I don't know why I keep staying in the hundreds when I'm supposed to be in the thousands, you know. All right, so let me step my game up. All right, so it's 2,569 votes cast out of 9,611. Kenny Anthony of the SLP has a total of 1,645 votes, while Herman Gill Francis of the UWP has 887 votes. 13 ballot boxes have been counted out of 23.
So there is a balance of 10.
Yes, and 37 votes have been rejected.
Yep. Vieux Fort North, 1,453 votes were cast out of 6,995 total voters. Moses Jean-Baptiste of the St. Lucia Labour Party has 857 votes. Vincent London out of the United Workers' Party with 574 votes. Please be aware that 7 ballot boxes have been counted. There are 17 in total, so there is still 10 boxes that have not been counted yet. 22 votes have been rejected.
It would be interesting to find out why so many rejections are coming up, though.
Yeah, absolutely. What was some of the reasons for?
What is it, right?
Because while we have a general idea of what the reasons were, it would be nice to kind of narrow it down to identify what the issue was with regards to the voter, the votes being rejected. So we were looking at All right, so we are in Micoud South. We are back in Micoud South. And with the Prime Minister, Alan Chasney, and thus far we're seeing that he has 950 votes so far. Melanie Freitas has 3 votes, and Gibeon Ferdinand has 727 votes. 8 ballot boxes have been counted. There are still 10 remaining, as there are a total of 18 ballot boxes. 17 votes have been rejected. I would love to see what's happening in Micoud North. Thank you. Interesting. And this is one of the reasons that we spoke so heavily on waiting. This is one of the reasons that we spoke so heavily on not celebrating prematurely.
Right.
Because as we saw the gap initially when we started off, when we were at 7 ballot boxes and 9 ballot boxes, the gap between the St. Lucia Labour Party and the United Workers' Party was very wide.
Exactly.
And now we're realizing that it is definitely narrowing.
Exactly.
And hence the reason we keep saying to persons, it is not over until it is over. So we now have Jeremiah Norbert at 1,407 votes. We have Gail Rigobert from the United Workers' Party at 1,268 votes. We have Michael St. Catherine at 20 votes. A total of 13 ballot boxes have been counted. There are still 5 left to go. So it's definitely winding down in Micoud. So this one is going to be close. This one is going to be close.
I can see that. Okay. It's getting more. It's getting interesting.
Yeah, it's
by
getting
the
more
minute.
intense.
Yes,
absolutely.
More and
Absolutely.
more intense by the minute.
And can you imagine how the candidates feel? Because we're here going, oh, it's getting. Can you imagine the candidates now?
Yes.
No, there's probably a whole lot of nail biting happening. So we have some info with regards. So let's look at Micoud North, because I think out of the various constituencies, this has been the one with the level of fluctuation. So when we started off, so we're looking at the areas where you had, remember we were mentioning the various polling stations. And so here we have a nice idea. So polling station N2, you had the SLP at 219, you had UWP at 131, and you had the independent candidate at 3. So you start to see where, where it shifts. So you look at N4, N5, which is Micoud. That's Micoud Secondary and Micoud Primary. So you look at N3, which is, I think, Patience combined, and N2, which is Monrepo combined. So you start to see the areas where it shifts in terms of the numbers.
Right.
So it's really a beautiful thing to see as it shifts. So there's definitely 5 ballot boxes. So I can imagine what is happening in Micoud North right now. We did learn that there was a motor vehicular collision. We don't have all of the information, but we're hoping that, persons are
Norbert
okay.
was at his highest at N3, and Gail was at her highest at N5.
Right, so N3 is Patience, and Norbert is from La Pointe. So that would be the polling station for persons from the area. So that is his area.
Okay.
So N3 would, so he had the strongest following in his respective area.
Right.
Likewise, Gail.
Okay.
So,
all right.
So we're looking at
all right. What are we looking at? So this one is this as I was saying, this one
look what's
is
happening
between,
in Dennery.
Interesting.
So that was an interesting, and this is what we've been saying. Earlier when we looked at Dennery, we were at, I believe Edmund Estefan was at 100 and something, and Paul Prosper was at 99, and then he had been climbing. And look at where it's at now. I think this is the first shift in terms of the votes. So you have the incumbent Edmund S. Stefan from the United Workers' Party, who's at 540 votes, and you have Paul Prosper from the St. Lucia Labour Party at 638 votes. However, this is still not halfway through, and as we just experienced, this can shift so quickly. In fact, it just shifted.
Right.
You know, so
there's still vote rejection in this area.
Yeah, 44 votes rejected. And we still have to factor in that there may be more votes rejected as we go along.
Right.
So definitely 6 ballot boxes have been counted out of 14. So definitely approaching that 50% mark. But it's still anybody's, because it's literally, the difference is 98 votes. And 98 votes when you still have 8 ballot boxes in hand. That it would be premature celebration for sure. Right. And we're definitely seeing in Dennery North, which is your area, we're definitely seeing a steady climb from Angelina Polius. I'm going to leave this one for you.
She's right. She's in the race. She's not giving
absolutely.
up.
A while ago, we had, I think when we started off, I remember it was times 2. Sean was at 124, and I think she was at 60 something.
Right.
And she's
so she made a big leap. Okay, so for Dennery North, Sean Edwards of the SLP is at 648. Wendell George of the NGP is still at 0 votes, and Angelina Polius is at of the UWP is at 557. What a big leap.
Yeah,
6 ballot boxes have been counted out of 20. And they also have 38 votes rejected.
So I think it's safe to say that whichever polling stations just brought their votes in, it was predominantly fairer.
Yes.
It was definitely her, because the leap, you know, it was
That's
a wide
huge
range.
leap.
A huge leap.
Yeah.
So it's definitely Dennery, like we were mentioning, Micoud North, Dennery North are definitely the places to watch. It definitely, and Grosley as well.
Right.
Grosley as well. Grosley was a case of experience versus youth. That was what was significant, predominant with Grosley as opposed to any other constituency. You had Leonard Spider Montoud bringing the experience of being the parliamentary representative, even in opposition, and then you had Kenson Kazemi with the more youthful, vibrant approach. So it was definitely that kind of balancing act. So we definitely see what is going to happen with that.
Okay.
And yes, so like we were saying, thank you so much with that. So we see how it shifted in terms of Polius.
Right.
So we look at P5 was her strongest performing poll 5, and P3 as well.
Right.
So definitely, because look at when we started, it was 120 and it was 58, and yeah, so it's definitely she's picking up some steam.
Right. It has moved from SLP 120. UWP 58, then SLP 258 to UWP 163.
Yeah, in that particular polling station.
Right, and then it just built up like.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at what happened in polling station 4, where Edward is at 50 and she was at 133.
Right.
So wherever that polling station is,
I think there's a shift again. There's another shift right now as you're looking at the screen.
Yes.
So Edward is now at 871, and she's now at 746.
This is interesting.
Yes.
Definitely
interesting. And the NGP has
he's gotten
gain a vote.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, so it's definitely it's absolutely thrilling to watch this unfold.
Yes.
It really is.
I'm sure it's not just for us. It's not just thrilling for
Oh,
us.
yeah, I think
there are so many
edge of the
persons
seat.
right now. Yes, there are so many persons right now who are, you know, just sitting there. I'm sure they're glued to their TV channel because everybody is waiting to see the outcome of this general election.
And I actually like when there's a certain level of suspense. There's a certain level of anticipation. There's a certain level of angst when it comes to that, because whichever party wins, you feel like you earned it. And I'm not saying that you wouldn't have if it was just, but it's different when you go through the, you know, sweaty palms and okay, what's happening on this end?
Yes.
So it's definitely different. So we have not seen a change as yet in the Mikudnov seat in terms of the numbers, but so Castries Southeast, let's see what's happening there. We have Joaquin Henry, of course, from the SLP, and we have Guy Joseph from the UWP. We have Joachim Henry with 866 votes, and we have Guy Joseph with 766 votes. Total of 1,977 votes were cast out of 15,000 voters. Wow, that was an incredibly low turnout. 9 ballot boxes have been counted. 35 are still remaining. So it is very safe to say.
It's a total of 35.
Oh, right. Total of 45, thank you.
But look at the amount of votes that has been rejected.
345 votes were rejected. What happened in Castries Southeast? And, but it's clear to say at this point it is anybody's game because, yeah, there's still quite a bit of ballot boxes remaining to be counted. But that is the highest number of rejected ballots we have seen thus far. I'm not sure if it's overly excited. I'm not sure what's happening, but 345. Those were votes that would be beautifully added
that's cause
to
for concern the right there.
Absolutely. So we are, I mean, at this point, we're having rejected ballots like it's a candidate going up in terms of the numbers, you know, so definitely.
This is interesting.
Yeah. So we are looking at Choiseul with Pauline Antoine Prosper from the St. Lucia Labour Party. She is at 1,059 votes. We are looking at John Bradley Felix, the incumbent representative from the United Workers' Party, with 1,594 votes, and Gilbertha St. Rose from the NGP with 5 votes. 90 votes were rejected, 14 ballot boxes have been counted. There is still a balance of 11 remaining. There's 25 in total. Right. But the gap has definitely widened. The difference between the two now is 535 votes.
Right.
But again, we still have 11 ballot boxes remaining. A lot can happen then.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah, it's.
I'm at the edge of my seat too,
I
literally, literally.
I realize.
Because you.
Okay, so it looks like Castries Central has been called. So Castries Central has been called. The Aaron Alexander from the National Green Party obtained 55 votes. Sarah Flood Bobre, who was the incumbent for Castries Central from the United Workers' Party, had 1,494 votes. Richard Frederick, the independent Labour candidate, is at 2,099 votes. He is ahead by 605. 26 ballot boxes have been counted. There were 26 in total. So it has been called. Richard Frederick has, according to our reports, won the Castries Central seat. So that is the first final for today. So Castries Central has gone to Richard Frederick.
Can we take a look at what's happening in Grosile? Can we look at the Grosile results so far?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so with regards to Grosile, Grosile has definitely been another constituency to watch, like we were mentioning. We have Kenton Casimir from the St. Lucia Labour Party with 3,881 votes. We have Andre De Caris from the National Green Party with 37 votes. Leonard Spider-Montoute from the United Workers' Party is 2,584 votes. The difference between Kenton Casimir and Leonard Montoute is 1,297 votes. However, there are still, 26 ballot boxes pending.
Yes.
My maths got better. There have been 74 votes rejected. So even at this point, with 26 ballot boxes pending, it is still not something that you can take for granted.
Right.
Definitely not.
The margin of 1,000 something votes, it can sway anywhere because, as you say, there's still a lot of ballot boxes to be counted.
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course, Castries North as well. We have the independent candidate, Mr. George. Nathalbert George obtaining 16 votes. Janine Girodi McIntyre from the United Workers' Party is at 1,049 votes. We have Stevenson King, who is a representative for Castries North, my apologies. And he is an independent candidate, 2,360 votes. We have Daisiana St. Rose from the National Green Party at 24 votes. The total ballot boxes is 29, 19 have been called so far. So there are still 10 pending, and 47 votes have been rejected.
Castries East. We're in Castries East right now. Fortuna Belrose of the UWP with 671 votes. Mohammed of the NGP with 15 votes. And Philip Peer of the SLP with 1,413 votes. 14 ballot boxes have been counted out of 33. And 19 votes have been rejected.
So there's still 19 ballot boxes pending.
Right.
So
that's my calculator right there.
Thank you.
All right.
So Castries South. I think that's Castries South. Yes. So Castries South, Raffaele Cantoni. The National Green Party is at 16 votes. Ernest Hilaire, who is the representative for Castries South from the St. Lucia Labour Party, is at 573 votes. Bertrand Birch Johannes from the United Workers' Party is at 274 votes. It is still anybody's game because it is 5 ballot boxes out of 23. There were 4 votes rejected. That's actually pretty good. Castries South has had the lowest number of rejected votes. Yeah. So that is certainly beautiful. So which means there are 18 ballot boxes still pending.
Ancillary.
And this is interesting. So, and hence the reason we have been saying throughout the course of our ballot counting that there is such a thing as premature celebration. Initially, we had Wayne Giro being in the lead. Then we had him being overtaken by Dominic Fede. And now they're kind of having a tete-a-tete.
Right.
And they still have 11 ballot boxes to go. So it's definitely ancillary canneries. Dominic Fede is at the United Workers' Party representative 1,238. And Wayne Giro is at, from the SLP, of course, is at 1,235. Avalon Joseph from the National Green Party is at 7. 106 votes were rejected. So it's definitely edge of your seat, nail biting moments happening right now.
And that's 10 ballots that has been counted out of 21 for this.
Yeah, so there's definitely, there's 11 pending. You know, and look at what we have happening now. Earlier we had such a wider range between Emma Hippolyte and Harold Stanislas, and this is what we've been saying, that 8 ballot boxes in, and 14 remaining, and look at what it is looking at now. So Emma Hippolyte from the St. Lucia Labour Party is at 798. And you have Harold Stanislas, who has closed the gap significantly at 773. And yet still you do have 14 ballot boxes pending. So it's still a juggling act. You kind of have to rein in your emotions until, what we do know for sure is that Richard Frederick has secured the Castro Central seat.
No, I'm sure that many persons were not expecting that.
I think it has been an interesting, that seat has been an interesting one, particularly since there was no Labour candidate for that seat. I found that was, that was interesting. Suffice it to say. So we are in Choiseul.
All right, so for Choiseul, we have Ms. Prosper of the SLP with 1,059 votes, Felix of the UWP with 1,594 votes, and St. Rose of the NGP with 5 votes. All right, so 14 ballot boxes have been counted so far out of a total of 25. 90 votes were rejected.
So we have 11 ballot boxes still remaining. So Labrie, definitely the gap has widened in Labrie. Alva Baptiste from the St. Lucia Labour Party is at 1,485 votes, ahead of Francisco Jean-Pierre from the United Workers' Party by 699 votes. Mr. Jean-Pierre has 786 votes. Out of 18 ballot boxes, 12 have been counted, which means there are 6 remaining, and 19 votes have been rejected thus far. Labrie had Labrie had a high voter turnout. They are 33.33%, as opposed to places that were like 13 and 18 and 2,290 out of 6,870. Still not, but definitely when you look at places that had like 15,000, 20,000, and then their voter turnout were in the single digits.
Right.
So that is definitely something that one has to beg the question, why? Okay, so
we're in Vieux-Fort South. Okay, so Kenny Anthony of the SLP is now at 1,645 votes, while Herman Gill Francis is, of the UWP is at 887 votes. 13 ballot boxes have been counted out of a total of 23. 39 votes were rejected.
Okay, awesome.
Now for Vieux-Fort North, Moses Jabatis is at 1,214 votes, while Vincent London is at 784 votes. 10 ballot boxes have been counted out of 17. 24 votes were rejected.
Okay, so we still have seven boxes pending, 7 ballot boxes pending. Okay. Miku South. I remember when we were looking at Miku South at one point, we were at 410 and 414. We're definitely seeing the gap just widening.
Jump, right.
So the incumbent, the parliamentary representative for Miku South, Alan Shasney of the United Workers' Party, has 1,036 votes. We have Melanie Freitas, who's an independent candidate with 3 votes, and Gibeon Ferdinand from the St. Lucia Labour Party is at 859 votes. They are halfway through, folks. 9 of these ballot boxes have been counted, 9 are remaining. 21 votes have been rejected thus far.
Like I said, for that constituency.
So we've not seen any changes in Mikud North, because we're still at the 13 ballot boxes, and yeah. So Jeremiah Norbert is at 1,407, and Gil.
There was a quick change right there.
Oh, my mistake.
No, you weren't mistaken. You know, it was there. It just changed right away.
Yes. So, update. So where Mikud North is concerned, you have Jeremiah Norbert from the St. Lucia Labour Party at 1,584 votes. He is ahead by 230. Dr. Gail Rigobert of the United Workers' Party is at 1,354 votes. And Michael St. Catherine, who's the independent candidate, is at 20 votes. 14 ballot boxes, my apologies, have been counted, 18 in total. So we have 4 remaining, 57 votes rejected. Now, out of 7,914 registered voters, we had a turnout of 3,015. And if we look at the votes that are on screen now, we're realizing we are getting very close to that. Because if we had 3,015 and we had 1,584 and 1,354 plus 20, means we are already getting very close.
Only 4 boxes remaining.
Right, to the number. So that is a very closely contested seat. This is very interesting. What is going to happen with Mikud North today? Now, Dennery South is Edmund Estefan, who is the representative for Dennery South, United Workers' Party. He has 804 votes. We have Paul Prosper from the St. Lucia Labour Party with 967 votes. 9 ballot boxes have been counted. There are 14 in total, so there are still 5 remaining, and 76 votes have been rejected. I think that has been an interesting constituency for me with regards to Dennery South. There's still 5 boxes, but it's been interesting. And I will, of course, hand over Dennery North to you.
All right, so we have Sean Edwards with a total of 1,733 votes. Wendell George, he has moved up 5 votes. Angelina Polius of the UWP with 1,339 votes. 13 ballot boxes have been counted out of 20, so there are still 7 remaining.
Yes, absolutely.
And 64 votes have been rejected. For Castries South, we're looking at
no change.
Yes, it's still SLP 866 and the UWP 766. Still remains the same. And it's still a 9
voter turnout.
Yeah, it's still 9 ballot boxes. out of 35. So this one has a lot.
Yeah, a long way to go.
Yeah, it still has a long way to go.
Long way to go.
Right. Well, this is getting even more and more interesting as the countdown.
Absolutely, it is. I think interesting is the word. I think interesting is the word. I think there are a lot of surprises we're going to have today, on both ends. So it's definitely, because even as you look at it, it's still, like we've been saying, it's still too early to tell. But even as you look at it, there's like this really incredible balance. It's not leaning heavily on any particular side yet. So it's just, you're kind of in limbo. And I'm hoping that the various representatives are having some tea and doing something very calming right now. It's important to remain calm at this particular juncture, because it's definitely, yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go to another break at this time, and when we come back, we will continue with
Counting the ballots.
There you go, counting the ballots.
PAX is the agent for Caribbean Line, which offers an effective alternative for global integrative of transport logistics from Sheerness, UK to Vieux-Fort St. Lucia in shipping, documentation, administrative procedure, loading and unloading operations. We also offer courier, small package service, customs brokerage, ship agency, freight forwarder, consolidator, and accounting services. Visit them today on New Dock Road, Vieux-Fort, or call 454-1200 or 7198837. PAX is effective, efficient, and reliable.
Real estate transactions are now made easy. Whether buying, selling, or renting residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or touristic property, we offer the best deals in real estate transactions with professional support, including valuation, material sourcing, and construction. Contact Ed Harris and Associates, your courteous and efficient real estate agents. Call 485-1456 or email caribbiz@gmail.com.
Do you need to copy or print your document? Are you in need of insurance? Are you looking for office stationery? Stop. Yes, LMP Services on Clark Lane, Vieux-Fort has all the services you need. They open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Or call 454-8757 or 721-8757 for affordable rates, reliable and effective customer service with a difference.
And Nestor's Auto Parts, located on the Labrie-Vieux-Fort Highway, is your place for auto parts. We have suspension parts, mounts, brakes, shocks, and so much more.
We specialize in accessories like mats, batteries, horns, lubricants, and much more.
We're open from Mondays to Saturdays from 8 to 5 and Sundays and most holidays from 8 to 1.
Love we, and let's look at deep you.
What do you need to transport? Call the hauler. At M&E's Trucking, we offer a wide range of services island-wide, from containerized movement, flatbed service, and lowboy transfers. We're located at Beanfield, Vieux-Fort. Our skillful professional drivers are ready to serve you. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram, or email us at vibration711@gmail.com. Call us at 488-1000. We're ready to serve you. M&E's Trucking Service, a powerhouse ready to haul.
Welcome back to Counting the Ballots. We have been having a very interesting night. We've seen where ballots, the margin between ballots were high and then they begin to close, and so far we see Richard Frederick winning his seat. And the night continues.
It does. It's going to be an interesting night. That seems to be that is the best word we can use to describe what is happening now as it slowly unfolds.
Right. All right. So let us go back to taking a look at the counts and see where we're at with them at this time. So, yes. All right, so Grosley. So we had, okay, so there's still at the same point with Kenson Casimir of the SLP with 3,881 votes. Decaris of the NGP with 37 votes, and Mr. Montoot of the UWP with 2,584 votes. There's still a lot of ballots to be counted in this one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. They've been on a pause, you notice that? They've been on a pause for a while.
They started off
very fast, and then it has slowed down. It's almost at a halt right now. I wonder what's going on.
Yeah, what happened to these other 26 boxes?
Yes. We're still waiting. All right. Babunu. Okay, so we're at Babunu now. With Virginia Poet of the SLP at 2,353 votes, and Ezekiel Joseph of the UWP with 2,416 votes. 26 ballot boxes have been counted out of a total of 33. 117 votes rejected. I'm seriously concerned now. With these
the
rejected votes.
Absolutely.
This is I'm beginning to wonder about this.
Yeah, what is going on? I mean, we had a case of 300 and something in one constituency, 100 and something in another, 17, another 17, another 13, another. So it's definitely something that is a cause for concern.
I'm concerned about it. I would really, really, really love to know why, how.
Yeah, and what is the basis? What is the predominant factor when it comes to the rejected votes? Is it a literacy issue? Is it a not understanding issue? Like, what is the issue that is causing such a high number of rejected votes?
Yeah, it's interesting to I'm wondering, honestly. Right.
All right, let's see if anything new has popped up so far.
All right, so where are we now? Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at Castries North. Daisiana St. Rose from the NGP has 27 votes thus far. Stevenson King, who is the independent candidate, is at 2,597 votes. Janine Girodi McIntyre is at 1,135 votes. That's from the United Workers' Party. And Ethelbert Earl George, the independent candidate, is at 24 votes. So we did mention Castries Central, but we did not mention Castries North. That is also a seat that does not have an SLP representative.
Right.
So that is something that does lend for speculation. It does lend for questioning, I should say, as to why. Nevertheless, that is the position of Castries North as it now stands. 21 ballot boxes have been counted. There's a total of 29, so it means there are 8 pending. 54 votes have been rejected so far.
Could it be that this is a strategy, them not having a seat there?
I think it's
because
and I start the statement with a question, and I end it with a question. I think it's our word of the evening. I think it is interesting
yes.
that in both instances where there is no active labor presence, that both independent candidates have been, whether you call it scrutiny or whether you call it some level of interest with either one, and then speculation, and then a statement that was then retracted from the Labour Party, the Central Labour Party leader. Mm-hmm. But in both cases, the candidates have been, I want to phrase this properly, assumed to have labor ties. Yes, I think I can safely say that. So I think it's interesting whether it is a strategy, because I find it interesting that these are the constituencies where labor presence is absent, or is it? So yes. However, this is Castries North. This is how it stands currently. Castries East, well, we're still in the same position that we were prior.
Belarus at 671. Mohammed of the NGP at 15, and Pierre of SLP at 1,413. So it still stands. 14.
So we had a shift.
Oh, wow. That was a quick shift. So let's go back to that again. Fortuna Belarus is now at 741 votes. Mohammed of the NGP is now at 17 votes, and Pierre of the SLP is at 1,520 votes. 15 ballot boxes have been counted from a total of 33. 19 votes have been rejected.
Wow. Okay. So we have 18 pending.
Yes.
And let's see how that goes. Well, we have established that to use his terminology, the independent Labour candidate has secured the Castries Central seat. We have some growth in Castries South as well.
All right. Cantoni of the NGP has 20 votes. Ernest Hilaire of the SLP has 1,514 votes, and Johannes of the UWP has 748 votes. 12 ballot boxes have been counted from a total of 23. 5 votes rejected.
Yeah, they've had the lowest number thus far of rejected votes.
Yes. And we're moving down to ancillary. Fede of the UWP has 1,609 votes. That's a step up from the last time we saw it. And Jared of SLP has 1,534 votes. And Joseph of the NGP has 700 votes. 13 ballot boxes have been counted. Oh, sorry, Joseph has 7 votes. Where did I get that from? All right, so it's now 13 ballot boxes that have been counted, and they have one 132 votes rejected. Yes. They had a total of 21 ballot boxes.
So there are 2/3, roughly. This is what we were talking about earlier. Remember the margin?
Right.
It was at 100 and something, and the margin has been significantly closing in Soufrière. So we have Emma Hippolyte from SLP, who has a total of 890 votes. And you have Herod Stanislas, who is the incumbent, the parliamentary representative for Soufrière, from the United Workers' Party at 868. So there's 9 ballot boxes have been counted. There's a total of 22, which means there's a balance of 13 left. 41 votes are rejected, and we can definitely, we have seen that steady trend in Soufrière. We have seen with each time the results come in, the margin closes. Each time the results, so it's interesting what happens, especially since there are more ballot boxes remaining than have gone already. So yeah, let's see how that works out. Okay, so Bradley Felix, Pauline Antoine Prosper of Choiseul. The SLP candidate is at 1,382 votes. John Bradley Felix of the United Workers' Party is at 1,873 votes. The margin has narrowed a bit because it was at 500 and something before, the spacing in between them. But it is still a significant margin, especially considering that 17 out of 25 ballot boxes have gone through. Yet, it is still a big number to make a difference. And of course, Dr. Gilbert said Rose from the National Green Party is at 5 votes. So that's what's happening for you, Choiseul. So there have been no changes in Labrie thus far.
Labrie is still the SLP. Where are we? Okay, yes. We've seen margins being closed.
Yeah, absolutely, and widened.
Yes, with ballot boxes still awaiting count. So we still have a little bit more weight on our hand.
Beaufort North.
Beaufort North, okay, so Moses Jabatis is now at 1,666 votes. Within St. London at 1,101 votes. They still have 4 more boxes to go. 3 more boxes to go.
But the margin is significant, though.
Yes, it is.
It is. 29 votes rejected on that end.
Yes.
Okay, so not much change happening in Micoud South as yet. They're still at 9 ballot boxes, still halfway through.
Right.
I mean, that's where we were the last time.
Yes.
So, yeah, so the votes have not come in yet from Micoud South. But as it now stands, the Prime Minister, well, the parliamentary representative is, for the United Workers' Party, is leading. But like we mentioned, it is still anybody's game because this constituency is only halfway through the voting process. I mean, like we were saying, so there are 2 things that have stood out for me, is the number of rejected votes and the low voter turnout. Generally, I think one of the lowest I have seen is in Castro Southeast. I think the voter turnout was about 1,977, something like that. I'm recalling this, calling from memory. And I believe the votes, the registered voters, this was like 15,000.
Yes.
I think that one spoke loudly. I don't know what's happening. Well, there's no way I know what's happening in Castro Southeast. But just across the board, you have a low voter turnout. It's in the range of 13 to, I think the highest we saw so far was Mikud North, 33.33%.
Yes.
So it's been in the range of 13 to 33. I have not seen, I mean, we can, as we go down, we can definitely double check, but we have not seen so far 50% voter turnout in any particular constituency. So yeah. Okay, so I think that's where we were. So Mikud North is 38.10. I think that's the highest we have seen so far. Okay, we're still four ballot boxes pending. Not much change in terms of the numbers. Dennery South.
Estefan is at 964 votes, and the Prosper is at 1,126. They only have 3 more boxes to come.
That's interesting.
Yep, and 89 votes rejected.
Oh.
I'm still thinking that this should be checked out. These rejected votes.
Yeah, it's a lot of votes rejected. A lot of votes rejected. Wow.
Makes you wonder. All right. Over there in Dennery North. So Sean Edwards is at 2,058 votes. Wendell George is at 8. Polius is at 1,829 votes. And they still have 3 more boxes to go. And as you see, there are still vote rejections.
Yeah, 68 votes rejected. A lot of rejections. And in an election that is clearly so tight, you kind of have to ask the question. Okay, so definitely a change, because this was at 866 and 766 for the longest while.
All right, so that's in Castries Southeast. Joachim Henry is at 1,913 votes, and Guy Joseph is at 1,615 votes. 8 ballot boxes have been counted out of 35.
So there's still 17 left.
Right. Wow. This
is interesting. Yes. I'm kind of hesitant to speak, so to speak, in terms of because it's still so iffy at this point.
Right.
You know, the only prediction for elections is people turning up, voting, and you counting the ballots.
Right.
That's it. Everything else is an assumption.
And then you look at it right across the board, the turn-up was weak.
It was
weak. It's even persons came out in the morning to the afternoon, and then that was it. Because while we were on the road today, there were persons out voting. In the morning, there were persons out voting, but then you had people leaving and then saying they would come back. But I said it this morning, you know, that is dangerous. You're already there, just to do whatever you have to do. You may go and something may come up and you're not able to come back. But it is what it is right now.
No, absolutely. I think what we do know for certain is that Castries Central has been secured. Everything else, it's pending. Everything else is hanging. Some are leaning to a particular direction.
It makes you wonder, though, what direction it will take, since that seat has been, you know, taken already by, you know, somebody who persons thought would not have taken it.
Yeah.
So it makes you wonder what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I think that there was the thinking and the actuality were they were not mutually exclusive. So the thinking of what persons thought was happening and what actually is happening, it's definitely something to pay attention to.
Definitely. All right.
Oh, we have Babuno,
Babuno,
which had a 41.97 voter turnout. So that was good.
That's not bad at all. All right, so I think numbers for Babunu has shifted.
Oh,
It's
yes.
gone up. All right, this is another turn.
Continues to remain tight.
Yes, it's another turn. All right, so Ezekiel Joseph is in the lead with by 55.
Oh,
votes.
we just shifted again.
Wow.
So Ezekiel Joseph is at 2,749 votes. Virginia Charles Poyot is at.
All right, so let's wait for that to come back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you see that big shift a while ago? The same thing we have been talking about.
It was at 55 and then it went up to 177 in terms of the spacing.
We cannot predict until it is closed. Wow. Yes, so we're still waiting on the, we should be seeing it in a while.
Right.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, so Virginia Albert Poyot from the St. Lucia Labour Party is at 2,592 votes. Ezekiel Joseph from the United Workers' Party is at 2,749 votes. The voter turnout has been high in Babuno. It's at 44%. So it's not as high as it could be, but definitely higher than a lot of places that we've seen. It is 133 rejected votes. 29 ballot boxes out of 33 have been counted. So we have 4 pending?
Right.
So it's definitely looking interesting. Wow.
All right, we're moving right along.
Okay, we're looking at Castries North, and when we look at the ballot boxes that are remaining, and we look at the gap in between, it is definitely leaning to the direction of Stevenson King.
Like we say, it's not over till it's over. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so they have 8 more boxes remaining.
Yes, definitely. He is ahead by 1,462 votes, which is pretty significant. However,
it's not over till it's over.
It ain't over till it's over. So yes. So we definitely, I think that's where we were the last time, with Castries East. The leader of the opposition, Philip J. Pierre, is at 1,520 votes. Fortuna Bell Rose from the United Workers' Party is at 741 votes. And yes, I'm going to try it. Ubedullah Mohammed of the National Green Party is at 17 votes.
Right.
If I insulted you, I apologize. Yes. So like we've mentioned before, we have secured the, we have been able to establish who secured the seat for Castries Central, sorry. Castries South.
Okay, so we have Cantoni of the NGP with 29 votes. Hilaire is at 2,412, and Johannes is at 1,217. 18 ballot boxes have been counted from a total of 23.
So we're at 6.
It's ancillary. Is there a change, or is it the same?
I think that's roughly around the same.
It's the same.
13 out of 21. Yeah,
Right.
that's where we were at.
Right. So
Roughly
it's
about 2/3.
Yes. So it's Fady 1,609, Jared 1,534, and Joseph is at 7.
Some of these were closer than I thought they would have been.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
You see what we were saying with regards to Emma? We mentioned 10 ballot boxes have been counted out of 22, so there's 12 left. And we mentioned, and we saw that. We saw the gap of 200 and then 100 and then 50, and now it's 2.
Yep.
So I think that has been one of the most interesting examples of closing a gap with the Soufre seat, like
Yes.
consistently closing the gap.
Yes.
So Emma Hippolyte of the St. Lucia Labour Party is at 978. Herod Stanislas is at 976. 2,001 votes were cast and 8,403 persons are registered to vote. 47 votes were rejected, and of course we still have 12 ballot boxes pending. Okay, so Choiseul, not much change in Choiseul right now because we're still at 17, and let's see if anything has shifted for Choiseul.
All right, so in Labrie, Alva Batis is at 1,815, while Francisco Pierre is at 986. Viewfort South. Kenny Anthony is at 2,129 votes, while Herman Gill Francis is at 1,022 votes. The numbers have not changed.
No, the numbers have not
much.
changed. In Viewfort North.
Yes,
They
the
have,
boxes
however,
been-
changed in Miku South.
Let's take a look at what Mikud South. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So we definitely see a change in Miku South. We see the incumbent UWP representative, Alan Chasney, receiving 1,560 votes. Melanie DeFred has definitely stepped up. I think the last time when she was at 5. She's now at 86 votes. And Gibeon Ferdinand is now at 989 votes. 11 ballot boxes have been counted, 18 in total, so we just have 5 remaining.
13 ballot boxes.
Oh, what did I say?
11.
Oh, okay. My
Right,
bad.
so
13
it's
ballot boxes have been counted, 18 in total, so we have 5 remaining. And 43 votes have been rejected. And one of the constituencies to watch, but there's been no change. We're still at 14 ballot boxes, 4 remaining. Yeah, there's been no change in the numbers. Let's see if we have any new information coming in. Because as you guys have experienced, sometimes it changes right on the screen.
Well, I tell you, it is getting close to that point.
You can cut the tension with a knife at this point.
I tell you.
It's just
the tension is so high right now. I mean,
and either way, it looks like it's going to be.
yes.
There's going to be some level of balancing, but yeah, there's still boxes to be counted.
Right, right. And some of the boxes, there's still a lot of boxes to be counted in some of the constituencies that have, large margins.
Right, right.
So it's either way still.
Yeah, it is. And, we gave ourselves, we said 10 o'clock, it's 10 past 9. So it's interesting to see what will happen between now and then. Okay. So we're in Babono. And see what's happening in Babono.
Okay.
Okay, so we're looking at Virginia Albert Poyot, 2,972 votes. Ezekiel Joseph, 2,968 votes. 32 ballot boxes have been counted out of 33 total. She's ahead by 4, but I'm curious as to if there's still one box left. It appears she's been declared.
But if you look at it, they have casted 141 votes. They were rejected, sorry, it was rejected.
Okay, okay.
So,
this is not the first time this is happening in Babono. They're very small margins.
yes, she won by 4
4 votes. Be interesting whether they request a recount. Because that is very, very close. And hence the reason, all we've been saying with regards to the rejected votes, these votes would have made
a difference.
A difference. That's 141
would have made a
votes.
difference either way.
Either way.
Right. So Poyet has secured her seat.
Yes, Poyet has secured the Babono seat by 4 votes against Ezekiel Joseph. So that's 2 down thus far. Babono and Castries Central.
Right. All right, so Castries North still has a total of 8 boxes to be counted. So they're still where they were. All right, so Poyet has won her seat, and
Richard Frederick.
yes,
Yes. So that's what we can confirm thus far with regards to that. Now, as we allow, everything to load and other.
oh, there we have another
information.
one.
Okay. So. Okay, so Castries South has gone to Ernest Hilaire. The SLP candidate has a total of 2,925 votes, and he is ahead by 1,393 votes. So Castries South has gone to Ernest Hilaire. So what we know thus far is Babonneau has gone to Poyot, and Castries South has gone to Ernest Hilaire, and Castries Central has gone to Richard Frederick. So we have 2 SLP candidates and 1 independent Labour candidate having secured those seats. So that is 3 out of the 17. So there are still 14 seats that are pending.
All right. Ancillary still looks like it's where it was. So free the same.
Yeah.
This is tight.
It is. So guys, even as we await the new results, what we have established thus far is Babonneau has gone over to Virginia Albert Poyot. Castries South seat has gone, well, not gone because he is the representative for Castries South. So he remains the representative, Dr. Ernest Hilaire, and the Castries Central seat has gone to Richard Frederick. Now, stay with us. We are going to take a short break while we get an update on the results of the other constituencies.
PAX is the agent for Caribbean Line, which offers an effective alternative for global integrative of transport logistics from Sheerness, UK to View Fort St. Lucia in shipping, documentation, administrative procedure, loading and unloading operations. We also offer courier, small package service, customs brokerage, ship agency, freight forwarder, consolidator, and accounting services. Visit them today on New Dock Road, Beaufort, or call 454-1200 or 7198837. PAX is effective, efficient, and reliable.
Real estate transactions are now made easy. Whether buying, selling, or renting residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or touristic property, we offer the best deals in real estate transactions with professional support, including valuation, material sourcing, and construction. Contact Ed Harris and Associates, your courteous and efficient real estate agents. Call 485-1456 or email carrotbiz@gmail.com.
Do you need to copy or print your document? Are you in need of insurance? Are you looking for office stationery? Stop. Yes, LMP Services on Clark Lane, Beaufort has all the services you need. They open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Or call 454-8757 or 721-8757 for affordable rates, reliable and effective customer service with a difference.
Ernesto's Auto Parts, located on the Labrie-Viford Highway, is your place for auto parts. We have suspension parts, mounts, brakes, shocks, and so much more.
We specialize in accessories like mats, batteries, horns, lubricants, and much more.
We're open from Mondays to Saturdays from 8 to 5 and Sundays and most holidays from 8 to 1.
L'opri, Ernesto vai depois.
What do you need to transport? Call the hauler. At M&E's Trucking, we offer a wide range of services island-wide. From containerized movement, flatbed service, and lowboy transfers. We're located at Beanfield View Fort. Our skillful professional drivers are ready to serve you. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram or email us at vibration711@gmail.com. Call us at 488-1000. We're ready to serve you. M&E's Trucking Service, a powerhouse ready to haul.
Hey guys, welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. We are doing the counting of the ballots. It's been a long day.
A very long
Yes,
day.
it has been
It's not just a
long
long day.
A long couple of weeks.
It was a long day.
So we have been providing coverage on the go, stationary, and here. So if we do look tired, I guarantee you it is because we are. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way. But yes, so we're providing you with the information as we receive it. What we had been able to establish before we went on the break was that Ernest Hilaire had secured the Castries South seat. Virginia Charles Poyet was able, so Ernest Hilaire was by 1,399 votes. Virginia Poyet was able to secure the Barbono seat by 4 votes, and Richard Frederick, the Castries Central seat. So having that out of the way, let's see what else is happening around the country.
Okay. So let us take a look at Grosile.
Grosile is still the same. Yeah, Grosile is still at the same point. Grosile is still missing, what is it, 20-something odd boxes. Yeah. And they don't have a high number of rejected votes.
Right. And I thought that we would have gotten their results
yeah, because when we started off,
they were going full speed.
But then it's
ahead.
a large constituency as well.
Yes.
I mean, it is. But they started off quickly, but I guess they're playing catch up. We may have a case of a flood of information coming in from them.
From them, right.
So as it stands with Grosile, Kenson Casimir of the St. Lucia Labour Party is ahead by 1,297 votes. Andre De Caris of the National Green Party has secured 37 votes. And Leonard Spider Montoute of the United Workers' Party is at 2,584 votes. It's still anybody's game based on the fact that there are 61 ballot boxes and only 35 of them have been counted. Okay, so that's where we're at for Grosile. With regards to Castries North, we're still in the same position. We have Stevenson King, who is the independent candidate. He's also the incumbent parliamentary representative for Castries North. He is ahead by 1,462 votes. Currently, he's at 2,597. Mysteries Janine Girodi McIntyre is 1,145 votes. We have the independent candidate Nathalbert George at 24 and Daisy Anna St. Rose at 27 votes, respectively. There are still 8 ballot boxes waiting for the Castries North seat. Well, waiting to be counted. Okay, Castries East. Philip J. Pierre, who is the parliamentary representative and leader of the St. Lucia Labour Party, is at 1,520 votes. Fortuna Bell Rose of the United Workers' Party is at 741. And Ubedullah Mohammed, yes, I did it again, of the National Green Party is at 17 votes. Takes my brain a second to put the letters together. 15 ballot boxes have been counted. There are a total of 43, so we can safely say that there are 18 ballot boxes pending. So it is definitely too close to call at this point. So ancillary canneries, Dominic Fede, the United Workers' Party, is ahead by 75 points. Mr. Fede is currently at 1,609 points. Mr. Girard is trailing him with 1,534 points. Mr. Girard is representing the St. Lucia Labour Party. Avalan Joseph of the National Green Party is at 7. 13 ballot boxes have been counted, 21 total, so they're roughly at two-thirds way in to the ending of there.
All right, so Soufriere, Emma Hippolyte is at 978 votes, while Herod Stanislaus is at 976 votes. So Ms. Hippolyte is leading by 2 votes.
2 votes.
Yes. So they have 11 more boxes to be counted. And in Choiseul, Pauline Prosper is at 1,595 votes. Bradley Felix is at 2,110 votes, and Mary St. Rose of the NGP is at 6. For Labrie, we have Alva Batis at 1,815 votes, and Francisco Pierre is at 986 votes. Moving down to Vieux-Fort North, Moses Jabatis is at 1,666 votes, while Mr. Vincent London of the UWP is at 1,110 votes. So it has not shifted yet, and they have 3 more boxes to be counted. Is this a shift I'm seeing here? Yes, it is a shift.
Yeah, definitely a shift.
Micoud South, Alan Chasney of the UWP is at 1,904 votes. And for the SLP, Mr. Ferdinand is at 1,247 votes. And Freitas of the
independent candidate.
Of the independent, she's an independent candidate, right? She's at 88.
Well, there's been no change in Micoud North in terms of the numbers.
Yes, Micoud North is still simmering, so they still have 4 boxes. Is there any changes there? No, there's no change in Dennery South, right?
No change in Dennery North.
No change in Dennery North. Sean Edwards is still at 2,058 votes. Wendell is still at 8, and Polius, she's still at 1,829 votes.
There's definitely been a change in cash regimes. So,
yes, there has been a change there. Henry is at 2,756 votes, and Mr. Joseph is at 2,509. Is that a close of gap we're seeing now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Gap, yes. The increase in numbers as well, because there are 26 out of 33 ballot boxes, I believe.
Right.
26 out of 35.
Right.
So there are 9 ballot boxes remaining. So it's definitely an interesting election.
And seats have been won already, though.
Early in the game.
Yes. Is it that these constituencies are smaller than the others?
In some cases, who do we have? We have Babono, Castries Central, and Castries South. None of these are, predominantly huge constituencies. But with, I think in the case of, Ernest Hilaire, they generally support him as their their candidate, I guess. So Babonneau remains the one that's a little bit, I think this is the second time this is happening in Babonneau with regards to the closeness of the votes. You know, so this is a projection thus far. Looks like projected that Dennery North would go to the SLP. Babonneau has gone to the SLP. Castries South has gone to the SLP, and Vieux-Fort North is projected to go to the SLP. That's based on the numbers we're seeing coming in, based on the ballot boxes remaining and the gaps in between. And of course, those that have already been secured, like Castries South and Babonneau.
Yes.
Okay, so that is what it's looking at. And Castries Central has gone to the independent candidate. So that means there are 5 that are pretty much, you know, some that are settled and some that's what is projected. So there is the balance of 12 other constituencies.
Let's see who takes.
Let's see what happens.
I think the fact that persons didn't turn out to vote, coupled with the fact that a lot of the ballots were rejected, has impacted this election.
The election, yeah, yes. Absolutely. I mean, the voter turnout, there's no denying that there was low voter turnout. You know, Castries South has one of the highest, which is like 50%. Ancillary canneries at 31 currently, Soufrière is at 26. So there's been low voter turnout. Gros-Islet is at 27.
Yes, and it's what, the largest?
Choiseul, I think, is the largest.
Is the largest constituency.
I think Choiseul is the largest.
And then this Gros-Islet would fall into the second position.
Right.
Right. So.
But I'm not sure if largest is in terms of, because Choiseul has always been said to be the largest constituency. But I'm not quite sure if that is in terms of persons who are eligible to vote, or just the populace-wise. I think populace-wise it may be. Okay. So when it comes back, we could definitely look at the number of persons registered to vote to get a general idea.
Right.
But I think in terms of the area, the coverage, area coverage, the square footage, Choiseul is definitely a very large constituency.
Okay. Wow. All right, can we take a look again at the
yeah, let's see if there's anything new.
All right, so we want to take a look at the numbers in terms of persons who, as we were talking about, which is the largest.
Yeah, so Gros-Islet is at 23,818. If we could have a look at Choiseul. So Choiseul is 9,546. So in terms of voters, persons who are eligible to vote, then Gros-Islet, which is understandable based on the persons who move into Gros-Islet, and it's more of an adult population kind of thing. But in terms of the size of the district, then Choiseul
is the largest. But also that explains why Gros-Islet started out with that trend, and then it's kind of calm right now, while the others
okay, get this out of the way. But then there's still so much,
right,
to cover. And even then, even with the 20-odd thousand we mentioned, only 6,000 plus turned out to vote. So that's not even
right.
That is like less than a quarter of the persons eligible to vote. So you kind of have to ask yourself the question: if you're teaching a class of 24 or 28 students and 6 of them show up for exams, then
That's
you know,
right.
what happened? What happened? Because you can make an allowance if 6 missed, but not if 6 showed up. So what exactly is going on in that regard? And I think I always believe that anytime something goes awry or something goes in a direction we did not originally plan, it is an opportunity to dissect it and to find out what, because you cannot fix what you don't confront.
Right.
And then so it's a beautiful opportunity to find out, okay, what happened? Why weren't persons showing up to the polls? What is going on, you know, country-wise? Because this is clearly a national thing, because it wasn't a case of, okay, people didn't show up in Grosley, but they showed up. Across the board, you had low voter turnout. So you kind of have to ask yourself the question. And even the places that you had high voter turnout, it's interesting to see what the results of the election were.
Right.
In these particular constituencies. You know, was it support or was it frustration? You know, so it's so important to ask the hard questions, because again, you cannot fix what you don't confront. So Castro Central has 9,002 voters.
And that's the seat that was won by
Richard Frederick, yeah. So Miku South is at 7,557.
Castro Southeast, 15,000.
Yeah.
Well, they had 41.69% turnout.
Which is this so far, which is not bad.
Yes.
We're definitely seeing some numbers coming in from Castro Southeast. Joaquin Henry is at 3,193. And Guy Joseph is at 2,949.
And there's four more boxes to be counted.
Yeah, 4 more boxes to be counted.
With those 4 boxes that are left to be counted, it could take a turn on any side.
Because the difference is like 200 and something votes.
It could take a turn on
considering
either
the
side.
number of persons that you have.
Yes.
It could definitely shift.
Right.
So it's
because what it was, how much was it again? 15,000?
Yeah.
Right.
So we don't have any change yet in the Dennery Valley. In Dennery North, sorry.
Right, so I was saying from the 15,000 so far.
There's 41 point something percent that showed up to vote.
Right. Okay.
So it's
like about, you're looking at about 7,000 thereabouts.
about that, because when you look at the numbers, you're already at 3,000 and 2,000 plus, and when you account for, and they had some of the highest rejected votes. They were at 300 and something. So.
Right. It's boiling down. It's boiling down. But we seem to have a halt there.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but there seems to be a lull. Whereas initially everything was but for the last, we've not gotten any significant information over the last 10, 15 minutes.
But has it been like this over the years, though, where you have these rejected, these high number of rejected votes coming in. I mean, when you look at the numbers of rejected votes tonight, it makes you wonder.
We've had rejected votes because you always have it. I don't remember this. I remember there being sitting, listening to election results and hearing, okay, we had X, Y, Z, 2 rejected ballots, 5 rejected ballots. I don't believe I have ever experienced 300 and something rejected ballots in one particular constituency. I think I can safely say I have never experienced that. So then you kind of question what is happening. And it's across the board. It's a lot of rejected ballots across the board. So, Soufriere. Soufriere is 13 ballots down, 22 in total. Emma Hippolyte from SLP is at 1,398. Harold Stanislas, UWP, is 1,321. So the gap, which was 2, is now 77. Yet, there are still 9 ballot boxes remaining.
So you see that swing.
Yeah, it's definitely the gap between Pauline Antoine Prosper and Bradley Felix has been, relatively consistent in terms of he has been between 400 and 500 in terms of difference. 22 ballot boxes have been counted, 3 are remaining. And we do see an increase by Gilbert Facet Rose of 10 votes. Okay, so Alva Baptiste, we're backing Labry from the St. Lucia Labour Party is at 1,815. Francisco Jean-Pierre from the United Workers' Party is 986. 15 ballot boxes have been counted, 18 in total, 3 remaining to be counted.
Baptiste is leading by 829. Wow. All right, we're moving right along.
Beaufort South. Kenny Anthony against Herman Gill Francis. Kenny Anthony from the St. Lucia Labour Party is at 2,129. He is ahead by 1,107 votes. Herman Gill Francis from the United Workers' Party is 1,022 votes. 16 ballot boxes have been counted. There is a total of 23. So we're looking at, 7 left?
7 more.
Beaufort North has gone to the St. Lucia Labour Party. In terms of Moses Jean-Baptiste, Mr. Jean-Baptiste has won his seat by 524 votes against Vincent London of the United Workers' Party. Like we mentioned before in our projection of the on the map, that based on how many ballot boxes were pending and the gap that we did see Beaufort North continuing to remain with Moses Jean-Baptiste. This may be the last 20 years or so, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, I think the last 3 or 4 elections he's been the representative. We are at 15 ballot boxes out of the 18 for Mico South. The incumbent representative, Alan Chasney from the United Workers' Party, is at 1,904 votes. He is leading Mr. Gibeon Ferdinand of the SLP by 657 votes. The independent candidate, Melanie Fritz, is at 88. Miku is still the same place. So there's a pause in Miku.
Right.
I think people are scared to count the votes right now. And Dennery South has gone to Paul Prosper. I have to admit, I didn't see that one coming.
I didn't see it coming either.
I did not see that one coming. So he has won by 184 votes against Edmond Estefan. 116 votes were rejected. All right, Dennery North, no change. No change in Dennery North as yet. There's still 3 ballot boxes pending.
Yes, there is.
And it's a bit too close to call.
Yes.
If the gap was much wider, then you could, but it's still too close to call. Castries Southeast. The St. Lucia Labour Party, Joachim Henry is at 3,193. He is ahead of Guy Joseph by 244 votes. Guy Joseph of the United Workers' Party is at 2,949.
6 more boxes remaining.
6 boxes remaining to be counted.
Yes.
This is where we're at.
All right, so I think we will be taking a break once again. And,
Absolutely.
Hopefully, when we come back, we will have some changes to report to you.
Yes.
Stay tuned to GBD TV.
PAX is the agent for Caribbean Line, which offers an effective alternative for global integrative of transport logistics from Sheerness, UK to View Fort St. Lucia in shipping, documentation, administrative procedure, loading and unloading operations. We also offer courier, small package service, customs brokerage, ship agency, freight forwarder, consolidator, and accounting services. Visit them today on New Dock Road, Beaufort, or call 454-1200 or 7198837. PAX is effective, efficient, and reliable.
Real estate transactions are now made easy. Whether buying, selling, or renting residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or touristic property, we offer the best deals in real estate transactions with professional support, including valuation, material sourcing, and construction. Contact Ed Harris and Associates, your courteous and efficient real estate agents. Call 485-1456 or email carrotbiz@gmail.com.
Do you need to copy or print your document? Are you in need of insurance? Are you looking for office stationery? Stop. Yes, LMP Services on Clark Lane, Beaufort has all the services you need. They open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Or call 454-8757 or 721-8757 for affordable rates, reliable and effective customer service with a difference.
And Nestor's Auto Parts, located on the Labrie-Viford Highway, is your place for auto parts. We have suspension parts, mounts, brakes, shocks, and so much more.
We specialize in accessories like mats, batteries, horns, lubricants, and much more.
We're open from Mondays to Saturdays from 8 to 5 and Sundays and most holidays from 8 to 1.
L'opri, and that's what I did with you.
What do you need to transport? Call the hauler. At M&E's Trucking, we offer a wide range of services island-wide. From containerized movement, flatbed service, and lowboy transfers. We're located at Beanfield View Fort. Our skillful professional drivers are ready to serve you. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram or email us at vibration711@gmail.com. Call us at 488-1000. We're ready to serve you. M&D's Trucking Service, a powerhouse ready to haul.
freight forwarder, consolidator, and accounting services. Visit them today on New Dock Road, Beaufort, or call 454-1200 or 719-8837. PAX is effective, efficient, and reliable.
Real estate transactions are now made easy. Whether buying, selling, or renting residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or touristic property, we offer the best deals in real estate transactions with professional support, including valuation, material sourcing, and construction. Contact Ed Harris and Associates, your courteous and efficient real estate agents. Call 485-1456 or email carrotbiz@gmail.com.
Do you need to copy or print your document? Are you in need of insurance? Are you looking for office stationery? Stop. Yes, LMP Services on Clark Lane, Beaufort has all the services you need. They open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Or call 454-8757 or 721-8757 for affordable rates, reliable and effective customer service with a difference.
And Nestor's Auto Parts, located on the Labrie-Viford Highway, is your place for auto parts. We have suspension parts, mounts, brakes, shocks, and so much more.
We specialize in accessories like mats, batteries, horns, lubricants, and much more.
We're open from Mondays to Saturdays from 8 to 5 and Sundays and most holidays from 8 to 1.
Lopui, Ernesto vai depois.
What do you need to transport? Call the hauler. At M&E's Trucking, we offer a wide range of services island-wide. From containerized movement, flatbed service, and lowboy transfers. We're located at Beanfield, Beaufort. Our skillful professional drivers are ready to serve you. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram or email us at vibration711@gmail.com. Call us at 488-1000. We're ready to serve you. M&E's Trucking Service, a powerhouse ready to haul.
Thank you guys for staying with us. We are here counting down the ballots, and it has been an interesting experience. I believe we had an update from Beaufort South. So Beaufort South has gone to Kenny Davis Anthony, the SLP candidate, and parliamentary representative for the area. He is the incumbent. He has won against Herman Gill Francis. So we are definitely seeing some places are of course being called, other places we're still waiting on the votes to be counted. But this is the St. Lucia General Elections 2021. We're trying to figure out what happened with Grosley. They've been on pause for quite some time. So we're hoping everything is good on that. And we do, recognize that they have quite a few, persons that they need to. So far we know that Babono has gone to the St. Lucia Labour Party. Dennery South has gone to the St. Lucia Labour Party. Viewfort North has gone to the St. Lucia Labour Party. Viewfort South has gone to the St. Lucia Labour Party. And Castries Central has gone to the independent Labour candidate.
That makes it
So that's 5. Well, 4.5. So that's what we know thus far. There are still 12 seats. So let us find out who and what is going to make up the parliament and representatives of St. Lucia for the next 5 years.
Can we take a look at Micoud South to see if there has been any changes in that constituency? All right, so it's still 2 ballots left to be counted.
But definitely a change in the numbers. We're seeing Alan Chasney is at 2,059. Gibeon Ferdinand is trailing by 724 points at 1,335. And Melanie Freites is at 88 votes. So that's what's happening in Micoud South. Micoud North remains on pause with regards to the balance of the 4 ballot boxes. So we're waiting to see what happens there. Similar with Dennery North. And Castries Southeast. Generally, there's just a pause across the board with regards to what is happening.
I think the results. I think the results have been swayed as a result of the fact that persons refused to come out to vote. When you look at the areas where the SLP has won, you could have seen a lot of UWP supporters, you know, in these areas coming out, and you begin now to wonder what happened to these persons. It's clear that, you know, the voters didn't come out, right? They didn't.
And then, I mean, at this point, we can hazard a guess, but you do have to beg the question: is there some level of complacency where, okay, we've already won it, so it's not necessary for me to come out?
But
stuff,
you don't come out to vote, then you cannot win.
That's the beauty of it, right? That's the balancing act. But I think there are a lot of surprises this election. There are certainly a lot of surprises this election. It has and continues to be very different one. Our post-COVID election. Well, not post, but yeah. So even with the Green Party, though, I mean, they launched very late. I remember when we saw the green flags all over the place, and everybody was asking, what's the cow about? What's the cow about? Yes. So they launched late, they released their candidates late. But then it was interesting that they were able to get a group of persons for most, not all, but a lot of the constituencies. That was pretty significant as well. Of course, it's new, and as with anything in St. Lucia, new is not something that is openly welcomed. You kind of have to, persons have to build into it.
It's a human thing.
Well,
once anything new is introduced, you know, persons tend to, you know, pause.
Yeah, and then it's a case of persons are always dissecting whether or not you can stand the test of time.
Yes.
You know, so that is interesting as well, as to what is happening in the St. Lucia. What has happened, in fact, the St. Lucia general elections of 2021?
Well, the results seem to be on pause.
Yeah. In all aspects. Huh?
Yes. Still no changes.
Yeah, everything is pretty much the same. I think one of the beautiful things about elections, unlike many aspects of life, is that you get a do-over. Elections does provide do-overs. So you literally get like a 5-year period to get your stuff together and come back to the drawing board. So it does allow.
I'm glad you said that, because you also get a chance to develop,
if you are open to
or
it,
underdevelop.
because it provides. Well, you're so right. It provides an opportunity for growth or regression.
Exactly.
Based on the mindset, and like we were saying earlier, it begs the question: what is happening on the ground? What is happening in terms of not just your rejected ballots, but your voter turnout? So on both, well, not even both, on all 4 ends of the spectrum, whether it be the parties or the independent candidates, somebody's missing something, because the message is not reaching. The reach is not as far as persons think it should be, or think it is, or it ought to be. Because when you look at the numbers now, clearly you have more persons not voting than you have voting.
Right.
So where the future of your country is concerned, where the future of your children and your aging parents and work security and economic stability is concerned, one does have to ask the question, why are so many persons staying away from the polls? And I think whoever can answer that is in a better position to encourage them to come to the polls. Because if I don't know why you're staying away, how can I make you come? You know, that kind of thing. So it's interesting. It's very, very, I feel like it's a very delicate dance that is happening between Emma and Herod.
Yes.
It's like a salsa, I dip you and then you dip me.
Right.
Because they were at, 77 separated. And then it came to 2. Then it went to 50 something. Yes. Then it's back at 43. And it's like this, now you see me, now you don't, kind of situation. So I'm interested in how that will turn out with regards to them.
Me, myself.
Yeah. So Schwarzel has gone to Bradley Felix. Put the X by the flex. So the UWP candidate for Schwarzel, Bradley Felix, has won his seat by 405 votes. So Schwarzel has gone to Bradley Felix. Let's see what else has changed thus far.
only two more boxes left for Mikud South.
Okay.
Only two more. Maybe they'll tell us the final results in a few.
Yes. Yes, definitely. What is happening in ancillary? Let's see what's happening in ancillary. Fede and Giro had this similar situation.
The slowdown that is taking place now is
maybe they're having supper. Maybe the person counting the ballots are having supper. They've been on their feet since 6. I don't know. I'm trying to account for the pause.
Wow. A long pause, especially for Rosalie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rosalie, we thought that Rosalie would have been one of the first to give its results.
And it was. And then it wasn't anymore. Okay, so
in terms of
the final thing,
right?
Yeah. So ancillary canneries, what's happening on that end? Do we have anything?
Any changes?
Okay, so there's a slight change. There are still 6 ballot boxes. Fede is ahead by 94 points. And let's see what's happening with ancillary and 6 ballot boxes pending. So it's still very close. 6 ballot boxes and 94. Yeah.
And you. Okay, so.
All right, so guys, we will do just a brief countdown. Let me just take some notes here. So thus far we have the St. Lucia Labour Party securing the following seats. We have Dennery South. Dennery North was a bit presumptuous of me. So this is perfect. So we have Choiseul and, well, most likely Mikud South, which is the Prime Minister, Alan Chastney's seat. So the Labour Party has Vieux Fort North, Labrie, Dennery South, Babono, Castries South. It looks like they are going to capture Dennery North. So that's 6 seats thus far. We have Choiseul and Mikud South being captured by the United Workers' Party, and we have Castries Central by the independent Labour candidate Richard Frederick. So this is a total of 6, 8, 9 seats out of 17. So it's interesting what is happening with Soufrière ancillary canneries, Castries Southeast, Grosley, Mikud North, Castries North, and Castries East. So it would be very interesting to see a very beautifully mixed map. Should make Parliament very interesting. All right, so guys, this is where we're at. We've hit a bit of a lull, which is expected. The votes are being counted. There was that initial burst of excitement in getting the votes out.
Well, we said it when we started. don't get overexcited
Yep.
because you never know where it will swing.
Yeah, and even now, because you have more seat spending than you have that have been secured, it is still, you know, there are still areas that one looks out for. So let's see if we have anything new, anything that has popped up.
It's still the same for gross delay.
Okay, so like we mentioned, Alan Chasney has secured the Mico South seat against Gibeon Ferdinand. I think I can comfortably and safely say this has been a surprise. This has been, yeah, it has definitely been, and for either party, not just us, either party. I think there was generally the expectation of landslides on both ends. Labour Party was of the firm belief they would have a landslide victory, as was the United Workers' Party. So what is unfolding now is certainly different. What the people are saying now is certainly different, and it would be interesting.
And what the people, and I would like to say also what the people are not saying.
True.
Because when you look at it, a lot of persons didn't say anything.
And sometimes silence speaks loudest. And I would definitely have to verify that. But should Stevenson King capture the Castries North seat, and of course I remain subject to correction, then the possibility of two independent candidates, as well as that mix of, so it would be a very interesting melee to see what exactly the country looks like post-election results. You know, the number of UWPs you're going to have, the number of Labours you're going to have amidst the independent candidates, should they choose to remain independent candidates. So it's different. And I'm not sure if the intention was for that level of differentiation. Nevertheless, it's there. And you're so right, silence is speaking very loud in the country. Persons, is it disinterest? Is it nonchalant? Is it persons are just fed up? Is it persons what exactly is it? Persons are not showing up to the polls. What is it?
It could be complacency, based on the fact that persons did turn up and say they would come back later because they were impatient. And we had spoken about that we had spoken about that on Sunday.
Throughout the course of the week.
Right. You turn up to vote, stay on the line. Remember that there are protocols in place. And it's for your own safety too when you look at it. Persons did turn up, but they refused to wait. And a process that, would have gone faster. It was at a slow pace in most places when we got there. For some, it was a quick thing, but for others, it was a very slow pace. And that too can be considered a factor into, why persons, didn't bother to vote.
It's definitely, it's something that merits looking into, because time is valuable to each person, and 3 or 4 hours on the line to vote. However, this is still something that you do every 5 years. So looking at it from that vantage point, 3 hours every 5 years is not a big askance. You know, so
that is true, but you know, you are persons who would not look at it like that. You are persons who just know that you go take that long amount of time out of it. But then when you look at it also, a lot of business places were closed to facilitate persons to go out
and vote. So what happened? And I think it's there's something that is being said and something that is not being said, and on either end they need to be heard. The silence that is speaking loudly, and regardless of who forms the coming government, we definitely need to listen.
Definitely.
So I don't. Yeah, we're everything is pretty much on pause. So we're going to take a pause as well. We're going to take a break, guys. Stretch our legs, and we'll see you back in a bit.
For Caribbean Line, which offers an effective alternative for global integrative of transport logistics from Sheerness, UK to View Fort St. Lucia in shipping, documentation, administrative procedure, loading and unloading operations. We also offer courier, small package service, customs brokerage, ship agency, freight forwarder, consolidator, and accounting services. Visit them today on New Dock Road, View Fort, or call 454-1200 or 7198837. Tax is effective, efficient, and reliable.
Real estate transactions are now made easy. Whether buying, selling, or renting residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or touristic property, we offer the best deals in real estate transactions with professional support, including valuation, material sourcing, and construction. Contact Ed Harris and Associates, your courteous and efficient real estate agents. Call 485-1456 or email carrotbiz@gmail.com.
Do you need to copy or print your document? Are you in need of insurance? Are you looking for office stationery? Stop. Yes, LMP Services on Clark Lane, View Fort has all the services you need. They open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Or call 454-8757 or 721-8757 for affordable rates, reliable and effective customer service with a difference.
And Nestor's Auto Parts, located on the Labrie-Viford Highway, is your place for auto parts. We have suspension parts, mounts, brakes, shocks, and so much more.
We specialize in accessories like mats, batteries, horns, lubricants, and much more.
We're open from Mondays to Saturdays from 8 to 5 and Sundays and most holidays from 8 to 1.
Love we and let's look at deep you.
What do you need to transport? Call the hauler. At M&E's Trucking, we offer a wide range of services island-wide. From containerized movement, flatbed service, and lowboy transfers. We're located at Beanfield View Fort. Our skillful professional drivers are ready to serve you. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram or email us at vibration711@gmail.com. Call us at 488-1000. We're ready to serve you. M&E's Trucking Service, a powerhouse ready to haul.
Welcome back to Counting the Ballots. We are still counting the ballots. I never expected that we would have been here counting the ballots up until this hour of the night. But it is what it is.
Yeah, it's we're here. That's it. That's all I got. We're here. We're here. So we continue. We are continuing with the developments as they come to us, and they've been slow in coming for the last half an hour or so. We do know that thus far, let's recap, we have had Dennery South. Let me see if my memory is still working. We've had Dennery South. We have had Viewfort North, Viewfort South, Castries East. That has gone to the Labour Party. We have had, okay, we're going to get a map so we can just have so you can see and we have a general idea of what we're looking at. Okay, so Babono, Dennery North, Dennery South, Viewfort North, Viewfort South, and Castries East have gone to the St. Lucia Labour Party. Castries South, I'm sorry, have gone to the Labour Party. You have Choiseul and Mico South having gone to the United Workers' Party. Castries Central has gone to the Independent Labour candidate. And you still have Mico North, Soufrière, Ancillary Canneries, Castries South East, Castries East, Castries North, and Grosley in the runnings. So we had anticipated we would have been here out of about 10 o'clock. Wishful thinking.
Because we still have a lot more grounds to cover.
Yeah, and generally the ballots are not coming in as quickly as they had been. There's a nice flood of ballots. Yeah.
That would be great.
Yes, that would be fantastic. Because of course, as much as we've been on our feet all day, so have the persons working in the polling stations. And we really just want to take an opportunity to say thank you. I mean, the experience, though time consuming, has been relatively seamless outside of the time factor. So we want to thank the persons who have given up their time to ensure that the ballots were cast, to ensure that persons were sanitized and all protocols were followed, and persons were able to come to exercise their franchise, as Suzette so eloquently puts it. We really want to express our gratitude to the policemen, the firefighters, the prison officers who ensure that they voted on Friday to facilitate the safety and protection of the country as its citizens went about voting. We truly appreciate it. We here did exercise our right to vote as a team, as individuals. We have encouraged persons to do that as well. Something that has been prominent, something we have been discussing, is the fact that there was low voter turnout. That was also an issue the last election as well.
Oh, really?
That was an issue the last election as well. Low voter turnout. So one does beg the question, why? So it's and as a result, you see that reflected.
Of complacency, because if that was the case last year, elections, and then it reoccurs this election, there's some level of complacency on the part of voters. This is your right. This is like giving up your right.
But I'm wondering if that is even enough. I'm wondering if just the fact that it's your right is even enough to agitate some level of growth. Because it seems to be more of a do it me I go dead, do it me I go still dead kind of situation. in terms of persons coming out to vote.
No, but I would have thought that, all right, since the last general elections, based on the fact that, you know, the ruling party had, you know, done the work, they did what they promised, you know, persons would have probably seen some level of difference, maybe for a better word, and, you know, come out this time in support of, you know, not just a party, but in support of a country that is developing.
So one does beg the question, do we know what we want? And if we do, what does it look like?
Exactly.
Because based on the way that things are projecting, what exactly is it we want? And who is it we believe can deliver that to us? Mm-hmm. Sometimes we make decisions from a position of whether it be anger, revenge, knee-jerk reactions. But then ultimately the question is, what do you want? And how do you go about doing that? If you don't know what you want, even if I give it to you on a silver platter, you won't recognize it because you don't know what you want.
That's true. You will reject it.
So I think that's the thing. What does growth look like for you? What does development look like for you? And
those
sometimes
are some serious questions.
Sometimes we look at it from, okay, my growth may be I want an extra $20, $30, $40, $50 in my pocket. It's going to be difficult to penetrate somebody who sees it from that level unless there's an understanding has been reached. So I think until we can answer the question, what do you want, then because unless you know what you want, you don't know who's going to provide it.
Yeah, that's right.
So what do you want for you? What do you want for your children? What do you want for your parents? What do you want? Mm-hmm. You know, not what you think you can get, what you hope to get, hoping, and, you know, forgive my Lucianism, hoping a man give you a bly. You know? But what is it that you want individually? Where are you headed? What are you after? Who are you, you know, seeking to become? And until you can answer these questions, it really doesn't matter which party is in power, because, you know, if how can you be lost if you don't know what direction you're going? You pretty much just swinging. So I think until then.
Labrie.
Okay, so Labrie has gone to Alva Romanus Baptiste. Well, let me rephrase. Labrie continues to remain with Alva Romanus Baptiste, the Laborian. This is the only place in St. Lucia that considers themselves a state in and of itself, the state of Labrie, the capital of Labrie, within Labrie. Yeah, so that is Labrie. And by far they are one of the most supportive constituencies of each other. Laborians are like that. So Labrie has gone to Alva, has remained with Alva Baptiste. And that is, Labrie has been predominantly red city for a while now.
So, how many seats we have out already?
So we have 7 now. 7 to the St. Lucia Labour Party, because we were at 6 and they just got Labrie. So we're at 7, 1, 2. 7, 1 independent, and 2 United Workers' Party. So that's what, 10? So yes. 7 to go?
Yes.
My maths is back. Welcome. But yeah, I've had the opportunity over the last few months to observe, not from so far a distance, the campaign and the election, and through the work that we've been doing with Sky FM and with the United Workers' Party in terms of publicity and partnering as a television station with a radio station. So I've had the opportunity of listening to things I probably would not have heard otherwise. Right. I've had the opportunity to experience and have dialogues with people I may not have had otherwise. And as with anything else, like we were mentioning earlier, you change for one of two reasons. Either your heart has been broken or your mind has been open. And I think it's difficult to have certain conversations and continue to function the same way that you did mentally. So you see things from a different vantage point. Right. But then I also have a deep appreciation for the fact that a lot of people did not have access to these kinds of vantage points. And decisions can be made from the same angle and the same lens that you had been viewing for the longest while. So it still comes down to, what do you want? And that concludes our session of awareness for today. So let's see what is happening on our political front. We have established that Alva Baptiste has continued to remain the parliamentary representative for Labrie. And there seems to be that lull with regards to votes coming in. Micoud North is definitely has me on the edge of my seat. It's one of, at this point, it's one of two things. It's either we're going to have very, very, very close race. We're going to have, it's one of three things. We're going to have a very close race. We're going to have catch up by the current parliamentary rep, or we're going to have history. But that's pretty much what it is for Micoud North right now. There are still 4 ballot boxes. She is trailing by 230 points. We know how quickly that can change.
Exactly.
And even as you look, the registered, the rejected ballots don't seem to be that high of a factor. Yeah. Of course, Alan Chasney has secured the Mico South seat. So that is where we're at in that regard. So we are at 7 seats for the St. Lucia Labour Party, 2 seats for the United Workers' Party, and 1 independent candidate seat for Castries Central.
Kenny has
Viewfort, yes.
Viewfort.
So we are at 10. We're at 10.
7 to go.
7 to go.
So guys, the results have slowed down significantly.
Yeah, significantly, Significantly.
I thought that Denry South would have been in already. It has been
Denry North.
Sorry, Denry North. It has been one of those that has been on this long pause so far.
So it has been Denry North and
Grosile.
And Grosile. And Grosile. And with Micoud North, it's like it's so intricate because there's 4 ballot boxes remaining, and the difference in, so it's
yes.
I wouldn't want to be the one counting the votes right now, because it may be a case of, you sure you got that right? Check it again. Because everything is just so close right now. Yes. And ancillary canneries as well has been on a pause.
Yes.
It's been on a pause. but it cannot be a comfortable position to be in. So we want to encourage persons because we know as everything winds down between, well, I think I can say late tonight into early morning, as well as tomorrow, there will be celebrations happening across the island. We continue to encourage persons to be safe and, take care of yourself. We've had a few accidents today. I think there was one fatality in Castries. And we had one in Mikud North as well, from what I was told. I just spoke with a medical personnel. She said that the driver had appeared lifeless. So that has been today. So even in the amidst all of the celebration, in whichever direction that it leans, we do encourage persons as much as possible to take care and be careful out there.
All right, so it's still a lingering. There is not much information on.
No, there isn't.
Yes, so we'll take another break.
Yes, we will. We're going to stretch
and
our
hopefully
legs.
when we come back, we will have more information for you. Stay tuned to GVD TV.
All righty.
PAX is the agent for Caribbean Line, which offers an effective alternative for global integrative of transport logistics from Sheerness, UK to View Fort St. Lucia in shipping, documentation, administrative procedure, loading and unloading operations. We also offer courier, small package service, customs brokerage, ship agency, freight forwarder, consolidator, and accounting services. Visit them today on New Dock Road, Beaufort, or call 454-1200 or 719-8837. PAX is effective, efficient, and reliable.
Real estate transactions are now made easy. Whether buying, selling, or renting residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or touristic property, we offer the best deals in real estate transactions with professional support, including valuation, material sourcing, and construction. Contact Ed Harris and Associates, your courteous and efficient real estate agents. Call 485-1456 or email caribbiz@gmail.com.
Do you need to copy or print your document? Are you in need of insurance? Are you looking for office stationery? Stop. Yes, LMP Services on Clark Lane, Beaufort has all the services you need. They open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Or call 454-8757 or 721-8757 for affordable rates, reliable and effective customer service with a difference.
And Nestor's Auto Parts, located on the Labrie-Viford Highway, is your place for auto parts. We have suspension parts, mounts, brakes, shocks, and so much more.
We specialize in accessories like mats, batteries, horns, lubricants, and much more.
We're open from Mondays to Saturdays from 8 to 5 and Sundays and most holidays from 8 to 1.
Lopui, Anesto kay Depu.
What do you need to transport? Call the hauler. At M&E's Trucking, we offer a wide range of services island-wide. From containerized movement, flatbed service, and lowboy transfers. We're located at Beanfield View Fort. Our skillful professional drivers are ready to serve you. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram or email us at vibration711@gmail.com. Call us at 488-1000. We're ready to serve you. M&D's Trucking Service, a powerhouse ready to haul.
PAX is the agent for Caribbean Line, which offers an effective alternative for global integrative of transport logistics from Sheerness, UK to Vieux-Fort St. Lucia in shipping, documentation, administrative procedure, loading and unloading operations. We also offer courier, small package service, customs brokerage, ship agency, freight forwarder, consolidator, and accounting services. Visit them today on New Dock Road, Vieux-Fort, or call 454-1200 or 7198837. PAX is effective, efficient, and reliable.
Real estate transactions are now made easy. Whether buying, selling, or renting residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or touristic property, we offer the best deals in real estate transactions with professional support, including valuation, material sourcing, and construction. Contact Ed Harris and Associates, your courteous and efficient real estate agents. Call 485-1456 or email carrotbiz@gmail.com.
Do you need to copy or print your document? Are you in need of insurance? Are you looking for office stationery? Stop. Yes, LMP Services on Clark Lane, Vieux-Fort has all the services you need. They open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Or call 454-8757 or 721-8757 for affordable rates, reliable and effective customer service with a difference.
And Nestor's Auto Parts, located on the Labrie-Vieux-Fort Highway, is your place for auto parts. We have suspension parts, mounts, brakes, shocks, and so much more.
We specialize in accessories like mats, batteries, horns, lubricants, and much more.
We're open from Mondays to Saturdays from 8 to 5 and Sundays and most holidays from 8 to 1.
Love we and let's look like deep you.
What do you need to transport? Call the hauler. At M&E's Trucking, we offer a wide range of services island-wide. From containerized movement, flatbed service, and lowboy transfers. We're located at Beanfield, Vieux-Fort. Our skillful professional drivers are ready to serve you. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram or email us at vibration711@gmail.com. Call us at 488-1000. We're ready to serve you. M&E's Trucking Service, a powerhouse ready to haul.
It's like a mess right now.
All right, guys, thank you so much for staying with us. And we have been providing coverage to you of initially the elections, the polls, and now the results. We have established thus far certain seats that have been won by the St. Lucia Labour Party. Of course, certain seats that have been won by the United Workers' Party as well. The process is ongoing. There is definitely a pause. So we are going to continue to provide you the coverage as it develops in terms of the statistics and as they come in. However, where our beautiful personalities are concerned, we will make our way home because it has been a long day. We will be on the road, and of course, if anything pops up as we drive along the way, we will share with you. Thank you guys so much for staying with us. It has been a very intense 2 weeks, and so we look forward to getting some much deserved rest. So thank you so much, and my name is Kishma. I am here with Suzette, and thank you tremendously for staying with us at GVD TV, for listening to us on Facebook or on YouTube at Great Vision Design, channel 115 on Flow. And you guys stay safe, enjoy the celebrations, and of course, as they become available, we will furnish you with the results of the 2021 general elections. Good night.
PAX is the agent for Caribbean Line, which offers an effective alternative for global integrative of transport logistics from Sheerness, UK to Vieux-Fort St. Lucia in shipping, documentation, administrative procedure, loading and unloading operations. We also offer courier, small package service, customs brokerage, ship agency, freight forwarder, consolidator, and accounting services. Visit them today on New Dock Road, Vieux-Fort, or call 454-1200 or 719-8837. PAX is effective, efficient, and reliable.
Real estate transactions are now made easy. Whether buying, selling, or renting residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or touristic property, we offer the best deals in real estate transactions with professional support, including valuation, material sourcing, and construction. Contact Ed Harris and Associates, your courteous and efficient real estate agents. Call 485-1456 or email caribbiz@gmail.com.
Do you need to copy or print your document? Are you in need of insurance? Are you looking for office stationery? Stop. Yes, LMP Services on Clark Lane, Vieux-Fort has all the services you need. They open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Or call 454-8757 or 721-8757 for affordable rates, reliable and effective customer service with a difference.
Ernesto's Auto Parts, located on the Labrie-Vieux-Fort Highway, is your place for auto parts. We have suspension parts, mounts, brakes, shocks, and so much more.
We specialize in accessories like mats, batteries, horns, lubricants, and much more.
We're open from Mondays to Saturdays from 8 to 5 and Sundays and most holidays from 8 to 1.
Logo puis, Ernesto vai depois.
What do you need to transport? Call the hauler. At M&E's Trucking, we offer a wide range of services island-wide. From containerized movement, flatbed service, and lowboy transfers. We're located at Beanfield, Vieux-Fort. Our skillful professional drivers are ready to serve you. Like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram or email us at vibration711@gmail.com. Call us at 488-1000. We're ready to serve you. M&D's Trucking Service, a powerhouse ready to haul.